Reincarnated in a romcom manga, I will make the losing heroine happy. Volume 2 by Shuryu, translated by Isekai. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 40. Monday. Monday is probably most Japanese people's least favorite day. Every Monday after weekends, those who commute to school or work will be forced to drag their heavy bodies to their destination, thinking about pain. On the other hand, some people would stay up late just because they wanted their Sunday night to last forever. I used to do that too, but it just made me feel even worse the next day, and thus made school and work much harder than usual. But lately, I've been praying, please end quickly, Saturday and Sunday. I didn't think I would change as much as I actually did, but the reason for that is very obvious. Usually I would think that the week just starts over again whenever Monday morning arrives. Today's a very refreshing morning. I woke up after having a good night's sleep and opened the window to absorb the rays of the morning sun. What a healthy morning it is today. When I left the room and went towards the living room, I found that Rink was already up and cooking breakfast for the both of us. Morning, Oni-chan. Morning, Rink. Rink was still sleepy. Her eyes were still half open as she was preparing breakfast. It's a little dangerous for her to cook like that, but this is what Rink usually does anyway. Rink, do you want to make breakfast together today? Oni-chan can cook. I can if it's something simple. In my previous world, I worked part-time in a cafe, so I can cook simple food well. As you would imagine, I'm not as good as Rink, who cooks breakfast, lunch, and dinner every single day. But I still think that I can do better than most girls around this area. I stood next to Rink and started to chop the vegetables to make a salad. You're pretty good at this. When did you learn how to cook? Foo, I'm a genius who can do anything, so this is no problem for me. No, you're just an idiot. My sister cursed at me, but it's okay because she has a really cute smile on her face. As usual, we made breakfast and ate it together. I mean, Mom and Dad leave the house very early in the morning, don't they? Even if I had woken up earlier than now, they'd already be at work. With these thoughts in mind, I finished eating the breakfast I had made with Rink, and we each went back to our respective rooms to get ready for school. Okay, let's go, Rink. And after changing into our school uniforms, we left the house together. And as usual, I rode my bike while Rink sat behind me. Did you forget anything? Yeah, I'm fine. Did you pack your lunch, Oni-chan? Yeah, I got it. How could I forget the precious bento that Rink made especially for me? Then we're set. Her reply was a bit delayed. Was there something to worry about in this situation? Let's go. Likewise, I pedaled to school on a bike with 2 people, which was probably allowed in this world. As I approached the school, I usually would have been thinking negative things like, it's going to be such a pain in the ass, I have that class today. To be honest, I still think about that a little bit sometimes. I'm a liberal arts major, so I'm not really good at either math or physics. Mondays are the worst because both of those subjects, which are my weaknesses, appear together. Even so, I'll probably never think Monday, don't come. Get out of here forever, ever again. The reason, of course, is all because of her. Sei-chan. I called out the name of the girl I saw in front of me as I pedaled my bike. She was looking at her phone, and when she heard her name called by someone, she freaked out for a second and then looked at me. Her short silver hair fluttered beautifully, swaying in the wind and reflecting the sun's rays into my eyes. I was thrilled to see her crisp, upturned eyes pierce through my gaze. Finally, I saw the familiar school uniform, but no matter how much I got used to seeing it, I would never stop thinking how cute it was on top of her. Good morning, Hisamura. When I approached her on my bike, she smiled lightly. Morning, Sei-chan. Good morning, Sei-san. Morning, Rink. It's good to see the both of you get along well. It's normal, Rink said shyly as she got off the bike. Shall we go together again today, Rink? Yeah. Whenever Rink and I went to school together, she would walk alone from this area, and then I would go and ride my bike ahead of her. Rink is also at an age where she probably doesn't want her friends to see her and her brother going to school together. And yes, I feel sad when I think about that. However, when I started to go to school with Sei-chan, Rink also started to go to school with me instead of her usually going alone. It's so great to be able to go to school in the morning with my girlfriend, Sei-chan, and even more so with my cute little sister in the mix too. Sei-san, Sorry for interrupting your and Oni-chan's alone time. I don't mind. Hisamura's sister, Rink, has already become someone important to me after all. Is that so? Sei-chan, can you stop hitting on my sister in front of me? I'm not trying to seduce her or anything, I'm just telling her the truth. Isn't that even worse? Sei-chan is, of course, very cute, but at the same time she's also very cool. According to the information in the original story, Sei-chan has never been confessed to by any man, but she has been confessed to by many women. I was wondering if she really was confessed to by women in this world, but after looking at Rink, I could tell that she was really popular with women. There was something cool about the way she usually behaves, the way she generally talks, the way she acts, the way she's more gentlemanly towards women than men. I can't explain it that well, but I don't want to give her away to any man or woman because she's mine. Let's just go to school, I said, getting off my bike. I began to push the bike and walk the remaining distance with Sei-chan and Rink. Chapter 41, Going to School Together. Let's just go to school, I said, getting off my bike. I began to push the bike and walk alongside Sei-chan and Rink. Both of us were in such a position that we were essentially sandwiching Sei-chan between us. Sei-chan and I don't go to school together every day either. Since if we went to school together every day, people might find out that we were secretly dating. So every 2 days a week, Monday is the definite day for us to go to school together. The other day will be whenever Sei-chan is at the meeting place. This helps motivate me to go to school. I always go whilst thinking, will she be waiting there for me? But well, today was Monday, so she was definitely going to be there today. So I don't spend my Saturdays and Sundays thinking, Monday, please don't come, anymore. That's how much I look forward to going to school with Sei-chan. Sei-chan, did you do your maths homework? The assignment that was assigned for Saturday and Sunday, right? Of course I did. As expected of Sei-chan. The way you put it, did Hisamura not finish doing it? No, I did, sort of. I only have the answers for the questions, nothing else. That doesn't make any sense. It's better than doing nothing, you know. I don't think Yuichi would even do it in the first place. How can you compare yourself to the lowest person in the class? You phrased it even worse than I thought. Our school, Tajin Gakuen, is one of the best schools in the prefecture. How can a school created by the Tajin group not be a leading school? Yuichi Shijimoto, the protagonist of Ajajama, has good athletic skills and a very good face. However, he isn't exactly the smartest student in the class. He's at the level where he's barely scoring last place at every test. I'm in the middle of the rankings. I'm neither good nor bad. I'm basically average. However, Sei-chan is one of the best in our grade. Surprisingly, though, Shiho Fuji's grades aren't as good as Sei-chan's, even though she's Sei-chan's best friend. She's about the same age as me, maybe a little younger too. And then there's Kaori Tajin, who hasn't given up first place ever since first grade. She's truly a superhuman. She's perfect in every possible way. It's much harder to find something she's not good at instead. Well, that goes the same for you too, Sei-chan. Did you do your homework, Rink? Don't be silly, Oni-chan. I did it properly without copying the answers straight from the textbook. That's what I call a good girl, Rink. That's normal though. Right, Sei-san. Well, yes, I've never done my homework while looking at the answers. Sei-chan and Rink are both amazing. By the way, Rink is also pretty smart. She's not as smart as Sei-chan, but she's probably one of the best in her grade. I'm proud of my sister and girlfriend. I'll try to study a little harder for them, too. The three of us kept talking until we reached the school. Since the first and second grade classrooms are on different floors, I separated from Rink at the school entrance. Whilst Sei-chan and I went to our class together. Morning, Sei-chan. Morning, Shiho. As soon as we entered the classroom, Sei-chan and I usually split up. Sei-chan then goes to Fuji's while I go to Yuichi. It's a little lonely, but if we stick together all the time, everyone will instantly know that we're dating. As for me, I don't have a problem with being exposed to everyone, but Sei-chan seems to feel really embarrassed. But I also don't want other people to find out how cute Sei-chan is though, so I'm also not actively telling people about it. Besides, jealousy is a scary thing. Morning, Yuichi. Tsukasa, quick. Let me see your homework. That's the first thing you say when you see me, you idiot. Yuichi Shijimoto, the main character of Ajajama. He was fast asleep until I arrived, or maybe he was just lying silently on his desk, but the moment he caught sight of me. That was it for his act. I knew you hadn't done your homework. Foo-foo, who do you think I am? Yeah, I knew that. Then you know too, don't you? Have I ever offered free help with your homework before? Lunch is on me. I don't need it because my cute little sister already made me lunch. See can of juice then. The homework on Saturday and Sunday was pretty hard. A can of juice isn't enough. Convenience store sweets, too. Fumu, not bad I guess. I took out my homework from my bag and handed it over to Yuyuichi. Got him knit, he got me by my toes. This wouldn't have happened if you just did your homework properly. 2 convenience store sweets, huh? I wonder if I should buy them with Sei-chan. Sei-chan loves sweets, so I'm sure she'll be happy with it. With that, our class began, and in basically no time, it was already lunch break. Even though time passed by pretty quickly, it was pretty tiring. I had maths and physics today, which are the 2 subjects I hate, so it felt like a really long time till lunch. As usual, Yuyuichi and I moved the desks and chairs to the far end of the classroom so that the 5 of us could sit together. Thanks Hisamura-kun, Shijimoto-kun. As I moved my desk, Fuji's and Sei-chan came in with their lunch boxes. It's nothing. Last Monday, which was exactly 1 week ago, we began eating lunch together. The main reason for this is, Yuyuichi, I cooked lunch for you today again. A beautiful girl came to our class saying that. She's also known as Kaori Tajin. She is the childhood friend of Yuyuichi, who she's trying to win over. She is the main rival of Fuji's. A week ago, Tajin-san confessed her love to Yuyuichi in the middle of class. To counter that, Fuji's confessed to him as well. Due to some events, the 5 of us would end up sitting at our desks and eating together at lunchtime. It's a pretty fun moment for me in many ways, but Yuyuichi is probably the one experiencing heaven and hell the most during this time. Here you go, Yuyuichi. Here's your bento. Thank you, Kaori. Foo-foo, don't worry. It's natural for a wife to make her husband's lunch. No, Kaori, we're not really married yet, are we? Ah, right. We're not married yet. Moo. The first thing that happens is him receiving a homemade bento from Tajin-san. That's when all kinds of stares begin to hit Yuyuichi, and just one look from Fuji's beside him. Next to him, you could see her puffing out her cheeks and glaring at him. Well, it's a cute look of jealousy coming from her. However, the stares coming from all the guys in class were not jealousy, mind you. They were rather a look of intense, murderous intent directed straight to him. I thought the guys around us would have already gotten used to it already by now, since we've been doing this ever since last Monday. But I guess that's not the case, since we're still receiving quite some murderous stares from the others. Well, Tajin-san noticed this immediately and shot the class a really scary smile. My, what's the matter here? No, it's nothing. One of them replied, while the others nodded in reply. Tajin-san was so scary. This reaction is probably just a matter of course. Hisamura-kun, did you just think of something strange? No, nothing at all. Good. Does she have the ability to read minds or something? I was so surprised to think that the only daughter of the Tajin group was trained to be able to do such a thing as well. Chapter 42, Recent Lunch Break. Well, since last Monday, Yuyuichi has been eating Tajin-san's handmade bento every day. I bring my own bento, unlike Yuyuichi who eats 2 bentos. He has the strength of a professional eater, so I'm sure he'll be fine. If I'm going to be Yuyuichi's wife, I'm going to have to learn how to cook. I'll appreciate you even if you can't cook, you know. Foo-foo. Yeah, I know. Tajin-san chuckled as she looked at Fuji's. If you can't even make your own bento, how can you ever be Yuyuichi's wife? Ooh, Shijimoto-kun, I'll make one for you one day. I promise. Just take it easy. Yeah, I'll do my best. Fuji's looked happy being cheered on by Yuyuichi, but the man himself had a very tense look on his face. Yuyuichi hasn't tasted Fuji's cooking yet, but it seems that her inability to cook was very well known to everybody. Fuji's did various things during her high school cooking class venture after all. It seems like I'll have to work hard. Sei-chan, who was eating her bento next to me, sighed and said that in a voice that only I could hear. I whispered to Sei-chan quietly so that the 3 of them in front of us couldn't hear. Have you practiced cooking with Fuji's before? Just once during the weekends. Let's just say, I did my best to stop Shiho from making a bento for Shijimoto today. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be working for the long term. Well, it's not something that can be managed in a day though. I'll help out next time, okay? Ah, yes. I'd be happy to have Hisamura help as the Sakri taste tester. Hold up, did you just say sacrifice? I think you misheard me. No, I don't think I did. I'm probably going to be invited to taste Fuji's cooking. If that were the case, I'm sure that I would absolutely hate it. Have you tried Fuji's cooking before? Sei-chan. One bite. How did it go? The scary thing is that I don't remember what happened after. Right after I ate it, I started to fall unconscious, and the next thing I knew was that I was lying in bed with Shiho nursing me. Poisonous maybe. That's the usual symptom of food poisoning. How did you survive that, Sei-chan? Is Fuji's first aid skill actually that amazing? No, it's more than nursing. It's amazing that Fuji's has the alchemy power to somehow make her food that poisonous, even though she didn't put any poison into it. I'm sorry, Sei-chan. I said I'd help out, but can I not? No, you can't. Because next time, I'm going to need you to sacrifice yourself for me. You're not even trying to hide it anymore. You straight up just said I'm the sacrifice. Who wouldn't think a taster wasn't a sacrifice after hearing the story about how I passed out right after eating it? Right. Anyone who asks her after that will know that the tasters will definitely be sacrificed. We're going to be doing it again. This time, it'll be at my house. Sei-chan's house. I didn't expect it to be at Sei-chan's house. Well, if you think about it, that's normal since Sei-chan is going to teach her how to cook. It would be more efficient to teach her in a place where she is familiar with. So will you come? I'll go. Really? I thought you were gonna say no based on how you reacted just now. I really wanted to say no, but I can't reject a request by Sei-chan. I see, please take care of me. Sei-chan looked a little embarrassed and turned away to take her gaze off of me. I don't think I should tell Sei-chan that my ears are turning red either. Hey, Shimada-kun, Hisamura-kun. All of a sudden, we were called by Tajin-san. She was right in front of us, which shocked both me and Sei-chan. What is it, Tajin-san? You two were flirting and talking a bit earlier. So what were you talking about? What? There was no flirting going on. We were only talking. Ah, I see. I thought you were making out with each other. Oh, of course not. Sei-chan denied it so loudly that her voice reverberated through the entire class. Our group has always attracted attention in class, but now all of the eyes were on us. Normally, those gazes would usually be directed at Yuichi, Fuji's, and Tajin-san, but this time it was directed towards me and Sei-chan. Especially all the men's gazes, they were definitely staring at me very intently. Oi, is he a traitor just like Shijimoto? Shimada-san seems to be saying they're not dating. So it should be fine. Calm down, you fools. First of all, if you're able to speak so intimately with Shimada-san, you are pretty much already branded as a traitor, right? Right, got it, blacklist HIM. Hold up. I'm hearing some pretty scary shit right now. What does blacklist mean? Are they going to kill me? Perhaps, no rather, I'm sure that Yuichi's name is definitely over there. Please don't put my name in that horrible place. No, since I'm actually dating Sei-chan, I deserve to be on that list more than Yuichi, but please don't do that. Ah, I see. Not being lovey-dovey, huh? What are you saying? Fufu, no. It's nothing. Tajin-san grinned as she muttered something to herself. Sei-chan stared at that grin as if she wanted to say something back to her. Speaking of which, does Tajin-san know that we're dating? I didn't tell her, nor do I think that Sei-chan is close enough with her to tell her about it. But judging from her reaction, I'm pretty sure that she found out somehow. Ah, by the way, there's a ball tournament this week, right? While Tajin-san and Sei-chan were busy having a staring contest, Fuji's popped in with that, trying to change the topic. Ah, right. Yuichi said as he ate his lunch. He must have seen Tajin-san and Sei-chan having a go at each other, but Yuichi didn't seem to be that bothered about it. He's dull in that way too, and I envy that about him. Fuji's was right, there was an inter-class ball game this week. It's been a month since I started my second year, and the school had already begun such events. Perhaps it was for us to get to know our classmates better. The boys will play baseball, right? The girls will play basketball. I wish we played basketball instead. Yuichi is the ace of the basketball team, so if it were basketball, he would probably be able to stomp the competition and win the championship. Then the boys in our class would have a guaranteed ticket to victory. Shijimoto-kun, can't you play baseball? No, well, I can play it about just as well as anyone else. You hit 2 home runs in a row from one of the top pitchers in the prefecture, in gym class in junior high. That's amazing. That might have happened once before. Wait, hold up, how did you know about it? We had separate gym classes for boys and girls at the time. It's just Yuichi that didn't know about it. It became quite a hot topic in the school. I even have footage from that time in my possessions. I didn't know it became a hot topic. Wait a minute, what did you say at the end? It's nothing. No, it's not something that you can just brush off now, is it? Why is there still footage of Yuichi during gym class in junior high? I'm afraid to ask about it, so I won't. Well, that means that the boys will win the baseball tournament since they have Shijimoto-kun. What about the girls then? There doesn't seem to be anyone from the basketball team here. Our class has Sei-chan. Is Shimada an experienced basketball player? Yuichi asks Sei-chan. So Yuichi still doesn't know about Sei-chan's skill in sports. No, I've only played basketball before in gym class. Then are you good at sports? I'm pretty good if I say so myself. I think you're being too modest, Sei-chan. When you were in junior high school, you never lost a one-on-one match to the ace of the basketball team. You're that strong. Yuichi's eyes rolled as he shouted. That may have happened once before. Shiho has a good memory. Fufu, it was because Sei-chan was so cool. Why yeah. Sei-chan got a bit embarrassed when Fuji's complimented her directly. When the ball game starts, does that mean we'll get to see the cool side of Sei-chan? That's the best event to ever happen so far. My, Shimada-san, you're good at sports too, huh? I'm pretty good at sports too. Tajin-san said with a smile. Yes, if I remember correctly, Tajin-san in the original story was also blessed with brains and brawn. She was first in every test, so she definitely could study, but how about sports? I don't think there was much of a sports scene in the original story. So Tajin-san is good at basketball too. Yeah, I played basketball one-on-one before in middle school, but I never lost. Wow, we've been talking about Yuichi and Sei-chan, and the others in that club like it's normal for them to be winning. But it's not usually like that. One-on-one basketball is a sport where the difference in skill very much shows, especially between the experienced and inexperienced players. Oh, by the way, isn't Tajin-san the only one not from this class? Yeah. Tajin-san comes to our class during lunch break without fail, even though her class is different from ours. In other words, the ball game is between classes, so Tajin-san is on the enemy team. I'm looking forward to the ball game. Yes. I look forward to the day when I can break a certain Ajusama's nose. Fufu, I've never lost a game in my life, and that's not going to change even after this ball game. I don't know about that, we won't know until we try. This is some spicy development. I didn't expect that the topic of the ball game would confirm that the two of them would go at it. Fuji's, the person who brought up the topic, didn't seem to expect it either, but she was smiling very happily. Fufu, I'm looking forward to it, Shijimoto-kun. I wish our class would win in both the boys and girls departments. Yuichi, you may be able to do it for the boys, but definitely not for the girls. Because my class will be the winner this time. That's a lot of confidence, but well, I'm afraid that's just not possible. Fufu, I wonder. Ajaojama wasn't actually a sports manga, right? It was just a regular romantic comedy, right? It looks like a lot of sparks are flying between Sei-chan and Tajin-san's eyes right now. The ball game is this Wednesday, the day after tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it because I'll finally get to see how cool Sei-chan is in person. Chapter 43, After School Cafe Date. After school that day, I went to Moonbuck's to meet up with Sei-chan. We decided to meet at Moonbuck's instead of leaving school together. If we left the school together, I'm sure I'd definitely be put on the blacklist. No, well, maybe not the blacklist, but still. I ordered a regular iced coffee as usual, and Sei-chan bought some kind of sweet again. This is a legitimate after-school date. In my previous life, I never would have dreamed about having a date with Sei-chan. I'm just really happy at the moment. What's wrong? Sei-chan scooped up the cream on top with a spoon straw and ate it cutely with her small mouth open. It's agonizingly cute just looking at that sight. No, I was just thinking about how competitive Sei-chan was during lunch. In truth, I was really just looking at how cute Sei-chan was at the moment. Well, forget about it. What? She said something awkwardly. What did she want me to forget about again? Well, I got a little heated during the exchange with Tajin-san. That's nothing to be worried about. The whole ordeal was instigated by Tajin-san anyways, so it's fine. Well, yes, but, well, are you disgusted with me? Sei-chan said this as she sipped on her drink and sneakily glanced at me. My heart instantly skipped a beat. I know you weren't aiming for it, but why are you so cute? I'm not disgusted with you. I thought that part of you was cute too. I like you. Is that so, B? But well. Sei-chan continued to sip her drink, looking a little embarrassed. The boys are playing baseball, right? Shijimoto said that he was good at it. I used to play baseball in elementary school, so I think I can do better than most people. But I think I'll still lose to Yuichi, who's basically an amateur. That guy's skill really doesn't make sense at all. How can an amateur hit 2 home runs off of one of the best pitchers in the prefecture? That's the protagonist of a sports manga for you. Well, if I put it that way, then Sei-chan and Tajin-san are pretty amazing too. You're going to face off against Tajin-san, will you be okay? What do you mean, okay? You don't think I'm going to lose, do you? No, not really, but... I just wondered if she would be fine since the competition was just a spur-of-the-moment thing. I didn't expect Sei-chan to react like that. I will not be defeated by that mouthy Ajusama. What? Are you hers or my boyfriend? Do you think I'm gonna lose against her? I can't believe it, Sei-chan just called me her boyfriend. That's not the point. Don't bother saying that out loud. Of course I knew that the part Sei-chan wanted me to listen to was completely different, but I just couldn't get my head out of the other half. Why yeah, well, you know, you're my B-boyfriend now. So that's nothing to get so excited about. Foo, I guess so. But you did stutter when you called me your boyfriend. I won't say it ever again. I don't want that. Call me that again. I'm so happy that Sei-chan called me her boyfriend. It's sad how she'll never say it again though. Don't tease me too much, it's embarrassing. Got it. I don't think I can actually trust your got it. Right, about whether Sei-chan can win against Tajin-san. Of course, Sei-chan will win against Tajin-san. Don't just change the subject all of a sudden. I didn't change the subject, I just went back to the original topic. Yes, that should have been the first thing we talk about after all. My girlfriend Sei-chan won't lose to Tajin-san now, will she? Oh, of course. Okay, I managed to fool her. It's fun to tease Sei-chan because her reactions are so cute. I want to keep teasing her forever and ever. However, it's not good to overdo it either, so I have to keep it to a level that Sei-chan wouldn't mind. None of the girls in class have played basketball before, have they? Yeah, there are only a few people who have just done it briefly in gym class, including me. Well, I guess you could say that Sei-chan is experienced since she can beat some of the best in the prefecture by just playing it briefly during PE. I think there were 3 basketball players in Tajin-san's class. What, really? Yeah, Yuichi told me, so I'm pretty sure. Yuichi is on the basketball team, so he has some interaction with the girls' basketball team. A basketball game is a sport played by a team of 5. No matter how much stronger Sei-chan was compared to Tajin-san, if the difference between the other teammates was too great, it would be very tough to win the match. Fumo, I see. Sei-chan sipped on her drink and thought for a moment. Then the story is simple. All I have to do is defeat Tajin-san and the 3 basketball players by myself. Wow, you're so cool. I'm so in love with you. Oh wait, I'm already in love. Don't say it out loud. I can't help it now because Sei-chan is just too cool for me. And the best thing about it is that Sei-chan might actually be able to pull it off. In basketball, it's the 3-pointers that get the most points. Yeah, I guess so. As a rule of basketball, a normal shot is generally 2 points. However, there is a semicircle drawn far from the ring, and if you hit from outside the semicircle, you get 3 points. That means even if our opponents hit 2 points, and I hit all my 3-pointers, we win. That's a wild plan, but I guess it could work. Of course, that's what the numbers say, but in reality, it can't be that easy. 3-pointers are hit from a distance, so the probability of them going in multiple times in a row would simply drop. Even a pro would only hit 30% of their 3-pointer shots. It's usually impossible to hit all your shots in a single game. This is the reality for me and Sei-chan, but it's also the world of a manga called Ajajama. And well, Sei-chan is one of the most athletic characters among the cast. If she tries her best, maybe it could actually work. Well, it's not like I'll hit all my shots during the match though. Well, that's true. Okay, let's practice. What practice? You mean basketball practice? Of course. The match is on Wednesday, so we need to be ready by then. Oh, you're so serious about it. I don't want to lose to Tajin. She's Shiho's rival in love, so she's my rival as well. That's the Sei-chan I know. Besides, it's because of her that I have to help Shiho cook. Maybe that's the real reason. And no, the main reason is definitely that she's Shiho's rival. The fact that she was the reason that I have to help Shiho in cooking plays only a small part in it. I wonder why. I still think the reason she's upset is because of the food. That's the plan. Anyways, I need to practice basketball so that I don't lose to Tajin-san. Where do we go to practice, though? There's probably an around one nearby. They could have a basketball court over there. Ah, there it is. Around one is an amusement facility where you can play various sports together. There are also bowling and karaoke facilities, and depending on the store, there's even a place where you can play basketball with others. All right, let's get on our way. A's right now. Of course. The match is the day after tomorrow, so we only have time to practice today and tomorrow. So cool, seriously. I didn't expect Sei-chan to be so serious about it. Maybe Sei-chan is even more competitive than I had previously thought. Well, Hisamura, will you go with me? Sei-chan asked me with an upward glance, a little anxious, and with a hint of anticipation in her voice. That's not fair, Sei-chan. You don't have to ask me that. I already know the answer beforehand. Of course I'm coming. After all, I am your boyfriend, right? All right, as expected from my boyfriend. Ah, Yabe. My nose is bleeding. Why? It's because Sei-chan is too cute. For the first time in a long time, I got a nosebleed because of Sei-chan. Chapter 44, to the exercise facility. Me and Sei-chan left the cafe and headed for the around one nearby. We decided to go there in a hurry, so Sei-chan decided to get on the back of my bike. I never thought I'd be riding the bike with Sei-chan anytime soon. How am I supposed to get on this? This is my first time, so I'm not sure. You have to sit here, riding sideways. Like this. It's hard to be stable when you're sitting there, so put your hands around my shoulder or waist. I realized it the instant after I said it. Does this mean that Sei-chan is going to stick her body to me? It's dangerous if she doesn't, so I guess we have to do it. I'm so nervous. Rink and I ride together almost every day, and she often puts her hands on my shoulder. There was this one time when I told her that holding my waist is safer, but she instantly retorted with, "You're an idiot." I can't understand her sometimes. But just for a moment, I think I saw her take her hands off my shoulders and quickly try to put them around my waist for a second. Maybe I was just imagining it, though. Like this. Sei-chan put her hand on my shoulder and grabbed it lightly. A hand, softer than I expected, touched my shoulder. I am really thrilled. I've held hands with her a few times, but I still can't get used to this feeling. This was the first time she had touched my shoulder, so I was even less used to it. Why does it feel so soft when it's just a light squeeze on my shoulder through my uniform? Is this fine? Yuan, yeah, this is fine. Let's go. I put my foot down and start paddling. At first, I was too nervous to paddle well, but after a while, I was finally able to paddle as usual. I guess Sei-chan was a little nervous too, as the grip on my shoulder gradually grew stronger and stronger. How's the ride, princess? Princess, what the hell are you saying? No, it's just a joke. Don't take it so seriously. Omu, not bad for a servant. Ah, you're a prince, aren't you? Fufu, one without a white horse. The current conversation seemed to have relieved Sei-chan's tension a little bit. The ride was pretty good. Maybe it's because you're used to having Rink behind you the entire time. Well, anyone will get used to it if Rink's at the back every day. Also, the fact that Sei-chan is sitting on some cushions instead of the hard part of the bike. Yeah, that's what I thought. I bought it and installed it because Rink kept sitting on the hard part every time. If Rink is going to ride on it every day, I definitely need to put some kind of cushion on it. I'll definitely protect Rink's butt. Don't worry, I'm disgusted with myself too. Sei-chan, who probably doesn't know that I'm thinking such things, seems to be happily looking to the side, watching the scenery pass by quietly. I'm glad you're having fun, Sei-chan. With that in mind, I pedaled on, and when the traffic light turned red just before I got there, I hit the brakes. I guess she didn't expect me to brake, but the law of motion instantly made her stick to my back. I can't help it since this happens occasionally with Rink as well. But there was one thing that was completely different from Rink. It is the feeling of something hitting my back, or, well, perhaps, the difference between the physical growth of Rink and Sei-chan. Anyways, Sei-chan seems to be much bigger than Rink's. She was sitting sideways, so she only hit me a little bit, but the force was amazing. I'm sorry, I bumped into your back, are you okay? It's fine. Your nose is bleeding. Really? I didn't notice it either, but when I touched the bridge of my nose, there was some blood flowing out. Sei-chan hurried behind me and pulled out a tissue from her bag and handed it over to me. Thank you. I took it, tore it into pieces, rolled it up, and stuck it into the bleeding nostril. Are you okay? It came out the moment I hit your back. No, wait, do you even get nosebleeds from getting hit in the back? I guess it just comes out when the conditions are specifically right. What are the specific conditions for such a scenario? I guess the condition is for us to be riding together with Sei-chan behind me. What? Does that mean you shouldn't be riding alone with me anymore? No, I'd rather you be behind me for the rest of my life. No, if we grow older and you become a grandpa, we won't have the strength to support each other anymore. I think we have gone a bit off topic, but oh well. For now, the traffic light has turned green, so I continue to pedal my bike whilst riding with just the two of us. Are you sure you're okay? I can paddle instead if you want me to. As a man, I can't let a woman paddle for me. Don't worry, we'll get there soon. That's good and all, but do you get a nosebleed when Rink hits your back? No, not at all. She's my sister, so I don't think it will ever happen. NN, what do you mean? Does Rink never crash into you? No, well, something like that. She's my sister, so I don't really feel anything when she crashes into me. Rink isn't as big as Sei-chan, so I don't really feel much when she crashes into me. No, well, I shouldn't delve further into it, or it will be too late for Rink's reputation. Well, I didn't say it out loud, so I guess it's okay. With this in mind, Sei-chan and I rode together to the Around One. Apparently, Rink began sneezing just around that time, but I had no way of knowing that. We arrived at the Around One and immediately went inside to pay and go to the sports area. They have futsal, badminton, a batting center, etc. It seems that you can play so many different sports here. Sei-chan and I walked right past them and headed straight for the basketball court. Luckily, no one else was here, so we were able to use it right away. It's been a while since I last touched a basketball. Sei-chan was dribbling lightly. She looked so good. It doesn't look like the level of an amateur who just started playing again after a long time. She tried dribbling the ball through her legs, making it go from her back to the front. I don't think that's a technique that an amateur can do that easily, you know. Normal amateurs are forced to look down cause they can't see the ball properly. And of course, Sei-chan managed to dribble with such difficult techniques without even so much as taking a glance at the ball. Fumu, I'm still getting used to it. Seriously. I muttered to myself, that's how well she handled the ball with a delicate face. Have you really not played basketball before? Sei-chan. Well, I never played much sports aside from what we do at school. She's so amazing, I can't even put it into words. She says that she's an amateur, but in every sport she plays, which she practices in class, she can somehow beat the prefecture representative easily. Sei-chan continues to dribble towards the hoop as she talks to me. She was running while dribbling so fast that it was an unthinkable move for an amateur to perform. I guess Sei-chan wasn't at full strength yet, but she's running towards the goal at a speed really close to it and takes a layup shot. This is a shot where you hold the ball with your right hand and jump towards the goal to place the ball in between the hoop. She looks so cool. Well, landing these are just natural. 3-pointers are a bit of a problem though. What's wrong, Hisamura? Sei-chan asked since I spun my head around with great force. Sei-chan asked me because I turned my head with great force. Why, you know. Why, you shouldn't do that kind of shot in your current outfit. Sei-chan and I came here straight after school, which means we're both still in our uniform. A uniform means that Sei-chan is still in a skirt. The skirt is quite short, so if you jump as hard as you can, the skirt will show something that you're not supposed to normally see. Sei-chan seemed to have noticed, and with a red face, she let go of the ball and held the hem of her skirt with both hands. There's no particular point in holding it now, you know. Did you see it? I couldn't see it. I turned my head around just before you jumped. Is that so, T? That's good to know. I think I saw a little red though. So you did see. I'm sorry. It was really close. I could just barely see it from the corner of my eyes. It wasn't my fault, maybe. I really tried to turn my head right away, but I still saw just a little bit of it. Well, I might have delayed my reaction by a bit. I don't think I could help it as a man, that's for sure. Ew. I'm sorry, Sei-chan. No, well, it's my fault for jumping so high in my skirt. I don't have my gym clothes with me today, so no more layup shots for me, I guess. Yeah, that's a good idea. We're not the only ones here, of course. There are many others also around. Luckily, there was no one around for now, but that didn't mean there wouldn't be any next time. If anyone other than me saw Sei-chan's sacred pantsu, I'd never forgive you, and I wouldn't let you leave this place alive. I don't want to commit a crime either, so I hope that Sei-chan will be careful enough not to show her pantsu next time. Chapter 45, After-School Date at the Sports Complex. I'll just practice my three-pointers today, and then go home. I won't be jumping that high, with jump shots, otherwise my skirt will flutter about. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. With that, Sei-chan picked up the ball and walked away from the hoop. She stood at the three-pointer line and bounced the ball lightly on the ground. Well, I'll go under the hoop and pick up the ones you threw and pass it back to you. Ah, thank you. That's what I'm here for. It would be more efficient to have another person pick up the ball and pass it back, rather than to just practice shooting all alone. If she misses a shot and it hits the ring, it can go in any direction, so it would be more efficient if I went around to pick up the ball for her. I'll pick up the balls. Thank you, I'm sorry that you have to move around so much. It's fine. So if I score all of them, then Hisamura wouldn't have to move at all, right? Sei-chan laughed and did a jump shot with a beautiful form. The ball was released in a beautiful arc and was sucked into the ring with a crisp sound. Too cool. I was so mesmerized that I forgot to pick up the ball as it fell through the ring. Hisamura, weren't you supposed to pick up the ball for me? Ah, sorry. Nah, it's fine. I already have the ball. Just as she said, the ball fell and went back to her. If the ball did not hit the hoop in a perfect rotation, it wouldn't return to the thrower cleanly. It's not normal for an amateur to hit the first shot and have it go in so cleanly after all. I'll pick it up next time. If this keeps up, the ball will keep coming back to Sei-chan over and over again, but it will go back slowly, and it won't go in that cleanly every time. I need to do my job well. Ah, please do. Then once again, Sei-chan with her beautiful form shot another three-pointer. Ah, seriously. That's so cool. HMM. Her form instantly collapsed the moment she shot the ball. It bounced off the ring with a clang. Hi Hisamura, don't say things like that out of the blue. It breaks my concentration. I'm sorry, it just came out unintentionally. Gee, guess it can't be helped. I went to pick up the ball that missed and threw it back to Sei-chan. Try not to disturb me too much, okay? Got it. Sei-chan's cheeks were a little red, but she took a deep breath to calm herself down. She then started to hit three-pointers again. 1, 2 in a row, 3 in a row. It's possible for an amateur to hit a three-pointer and pass it off as a lucky shot, but hitting 3 in a row is no longer considered as just luck. Sei-chan is hitting almost all her shots. She missed her fourth shot, and with that she nodded to herself. I've figured it out. Now, let's do 100 in a row without you moving at all, Hisamura. If you manage to pull that off, that would be amazing. With that, Sei-chan shot in rapid succession with perfect form. In just a few minutes, she failed to achieve her goal. Damn it, I missed the 70-second one. Sei-chan muttered with a look of regret, but in reality, she hit so many shots that it's surreal. Let's not even compare an amateur. Not even an experienced player can hit 72 shots in a row. Sei-chan is so good at sports that the word athletic can't even begin to fully describe her. That's more than enough, you're too good at this. But every little shot counts in a match. Yeah, well, maybe so. No one, not even professional basketball players, hit 100% of their shots. I want to practice a bit more, but it's too late now. Yeah, it's about 6 now. Since we were supposed to just hang out in the cafe, we went out late. We've only been here for a short while, but the sky is already getting pretty dark. But I want to hit a few more, just for practice. Really? Ah, it would be a shame to stop now that I finally got the feel of it. It's fine, Hisamura, you don't need to accompany me anymore, you can go home. With that, Sei-chan shot another three-pointer. It went in beautifully, and I picked up the ball as it went under the ring and passed it back to Sei-chan. Nah, I'll stay. Are you sure? Thanks, but you really don't have to. I'm only staying because I want to be with you, so don't worry about it. QWLT, thank you. Sei-chan's face was dyed scarlet red. She shot another shot as if she was trying to hide her embarrassment within. The earlier shot when she was embarrassed didn't go in, but now it went in perfectly. Nesu. I picked up the ball and passed it back to her, whilst complimenting her. To be honest, I couldn't wait to see how cool Sei-chan actually is. I'd love to spend hours at this place with her. With that, Sei-chan and I practiced shooting around the court. It was about 9 o'clock at night when Sei-chan and I left the around one. Of course, it was already pitch black, and if it weren't for the streetlights, we wouldn't be able to see anything. It would be safer for you to leave if I stayed back with you, wouldn't it? As I pedaled my bike, I talked to Sei-chan, who was riding behind me. I won't deny it. It's not like I wanted you to stay to send me home. I mean, I know that, but did you want me to stay? Why yeah. It's way more fun to do it with Hisamura than just doing it all alone. I see. I feel like I've been hit with a hell of a counterpunch from Sei-chan. I didn't expect Sei-chan to tell me that it would be more fun to do it with me, so I was too happy to speak for a moment. After that, things got a little awkward, and we stayed silent for a while. It was just me on the bike and Sei-chan with her hand on my shoulder. It wasn't awkward, but rather, it was a bit embarrassing and a little difficult to talk about. So, how were the shots? Why yeah, well, it's not bad, but not good enough to decide everything in a match. Well, that's difficult to say then. The reason why Sei-chan practiced basketball, this time, was to beat Tajin-san in the upcoming match. Sei-chan was on a rant about how she can win if she manages to hit all the 3-pointers, but I guess it will be difficult to do so. That's why I'm going to practice some more tomorrow. Really? Of course. The day after tomorrow is the big day. How could I not practice the day before? That's amazing. I'll go with you tomorrow too. Really? It might be longer than today, you know. Is that so? Well, that's fine. We've been shooting for almost 4 hours straight today, and we will be playing more than that tomorrow. I didn't expect her to be so serious about the match at all. She probably just doesn't want to lose to Tajin-san. What do you feel about Tajin-san, Sei-chan? Why so suddenly? No, you're practicing basketball because you don't want to lose to Tajin-san. That's how serious you are about Tajin-san, so I was wondering how you felt about her. I don't hate her. At first, I thought she was just a stalker. That's right. That's actually true, so there's nothing to deny there. I used to think that she was the one who interfered with Shiho's love life, but then I realized that Tajin-san is just another clumsy girl who likes Shijimoto. Now that we're eating lunch together, I don't really hate her. I see. Though, it does get annoying when she teases me from time to time. You didn't tell her, did you? Tell her what? We're dating. I heard her say shyly from behind me, and I felt a bit of agony all of a sudden, but I held back from stopping my bike. I didn't say anything per se, but she probably sensed something within the atmosphere. I think you might be right. She told me so in the amusement park after all. Did you and Tajin-san talk about something at the amusement park? No, it's nothing. Is that so? She probably talked to Tajin-san about something, but Sei-chan was too shy to tell me about it, so I didn't pursue it any further. As we were talking about this, I came to the place where Sei-chan and I always split up. Well, you can drop me off here. Nah, it's late, I'll walk you home. I'm sorry you have to go that far, but I'll be fine here. That's what Sei-chan said, but I can't compromise here either. I can't let you go alone this late at night. It's not safe. I'll take you home. Is that so? I'll spoil you with words then. Yes, spoil me. I'd be happy if you spoil me with words and attitude. I'll think about it. Yuan, I look forward to a positive response. I didn't expect her to really think about spoiling me, so I became respectful all of a sudden. If Sei-chan actually spoiled me, I might just die, but that might be the best way to go out. I'm still a little nervous about the conversation we just had, but I followed Sei-chan's lead and took her home. I followed her direction and arrived at an ordinary house, but when I think of it as Sei-chan's house, I feel like it's a very special house. Thanks for today, Hisamura, for staying up late and taking me back home, Sei-chan said as she got off the back of her bike and stood next to me. I just wanted to be with you, so don't worry about it. Besides, it was fun to watch you play basketball too. Why yeah, that's good to hear, but... Sei-chan stood right next to me, and looked up at me as if she wanted to say something. Her cheeks turned red and she closed her mouth immediately after. What's wrong? And no, I mean, thank you so much for today. You've been very helpful. Yeah, I had a good time too. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, good night. We waved to each other, and then I started pedaling back home. It's cute to see Sei-chan waving so discreetly. With that in mind, I headed back home, thinking that I had a good day today. Chapter 46, In the Bath. After Hisumura left, I went home and had a late dinner. I had forgotten that I hadn't eaten dinner until late after 9 o'clock at night. I'm sorry. If I hadn't eaten earlier, that meant that Hisumura, who had been accompanying me all this while, hadn't eaten either. I felt even more bad when I made him stay with me at the basketball court the entire time, which definitely made him lose his dinner. He'll probably be just kind and say, "Don't worry about it." I chuckled at the thought. Hisumura is too kind, so it's easy to imagine him saying that to me. If I were a bad woman, he'd be treated like a man only for my convenience. He is such a kind and nice person, so if the person he fell in love with was such a lousy woman, he would most likely be treated just fine. Sei-chan imagined such a thing for herself and got a little frustrated at the thought. Well, I'll never do that though. I'm not one of those lousy women. But well, maybe that's why he fell in love with me in the first place. I really do love Hisumura. That's why we're going out after all. I blushed just thinking about it. But well, I'm still in the living room and Mom's still here too, so I can't writhe about too much. After finishing dinner, I tried not to think about Hisumura too much until after I returned to my room. As I was taking a bath, I thought back on what had happened earlier today. It's been a while since I did any serious exercise recently, so my body is a little tired. It was a holy grail to take a long bath, because baths at such times felt much better than usual. This is heavenly. I soaked up to my shoulders and let out a sigh from how good it felt. As I was soaking in the bathtub, I rubbed my arms and legs to soothe myself after today's exercise. This was to avoid having any muscle pain the next day. As I rubbed myself in the bath, it struck me. Did it get bigger again? There were 2 hemispheres floating just below my line of sight. It seemed to be larger than before, though it was only a visual measurement from my side. It started to swell when I was in junior high school, and now it was something that anyone could see and judge as big. As sacred as it is still very disturbing to me. But whenever I say that, Shiho gets really angry. From the perspective of those that don't have it, it seems to be very upsetting when those people say they don't want it. I remember one time I jokingly said to her, "I'd even give you half of it." And she gave me an extremely scary look in return. Even though I was taking a bath, I shuddered at the thought of it. After that, I tried not to talk about such things with Shiho too much. I wonder which type Hisumura likes better. I muttered to myself. As expected, it was extremely embarrassing, and my face was dyed crimson immediately. It's not like I really care about which type he likes more or anything. Well, even if I say that out loud, I'd be lying if I said I didn't care about it even a little bit. I heard that men generally prefer big ones. But there were also people that preferred smaller ones. I wonder which type Hisumura is. After all, I'm his girlfriend. I would be happy if I was to Hisumura's liking. But this is not a problem that can be solved by effort. And while you may be able to make a small one bigger, you can't make a big one smaller. The only way is to ask him directly, There's no way I can ask him that. As you can imagine, our relationship hasn't progressed far enough for me to ask him about this so casually. We've only been dating for a week now, and it's pretty healthy so far. We're still only holding hands. But well, I really did want to hold hands with him. I couldn't help but grin at the thought, and realizing this, I soaked deeper into the bathtub to cover my mouth. Today, on the way back from around 1, we were riding our bikes together, so we couldn't hold hands as expected. But rather than holding onto his hand, I managed to get even closer to him and put my hands on his shoulder instead. It was the first time I had ever seen Hisumura's back properly. I must confess that I was a bit nervous at the time. His back was a lot bigger than I had thought, and his shoulder had a stockier frame that girls like me didn't really have. It was a lot of fun to be so close that I could feel his body heat with just a touch. It had a different thrill that you wouldn't get from just holding hands. And when I was given a ride back, I wondered if I should spoil him. When we were riding home, he told me that he would be happy if I spoiled him often. The reason I couldn't do so was because I didn't know how to spoil people, and I was also embarrassed by the suddenness of it. What came to my mind as an act of spoiling at that time was to have my head stroked lovingly. Since I had no experience in love, I thought about the scene in a shounen manga where the heroine had her head stroked by the male lead. The heroine looked embarrassed, but also really happy when she got head pats by him. That was what came to mind when I heard the word spoil. It was difficult to ask him to pat my head, so I didn't say anything. Maybe I'll mention it next time. I said this while soaking deeper in the water while my cheeks were dyed a crimson red once again. Then suddenly, the phone on the edge of the bathtub rang. Wah! I shouted in surprise. I calmed myself down and picked up my waterproof phone in the bath. The reason it rang was because someone had contacted me on RINE. I opened the app to see who it was and saw Shiho's name on it. Since I frequently RINE with Shiho, it was no surprise that she suddenly contacted me at this time. It said, "You went to a cafe with Hisamura-kun today, right? Did anything happen?" That was it. What do you mean, did something happen? I couldn't help but think that, but I replied quickly anyway. Yeah, we did. I don't know exactly how, but after we went to the cafe, we went to a round one together. As soon as I sent it, it was read, and a few seconds later, I received a reply. You guys went to play then, did you have fun? Rather than playing, he accompanied me to my basketball practice, which was fun. Practice for the match, that's nice. How long did both of you stay there? Until around 9. Whoa, it's amazing how Sei-chan practiced so much. It's also amazing how Hisamura-kun kindly accompanied you for so long too. Yeah, he was very helpful. Did you kiss him as thanks? Huh. The message from Shiho made me scream out very loudly in the bath. My voice echoed in the resonant bathroom, which caused me to quickly cover up my mouth. The speed of my typing becomes much faster than before, and the force of tapping the screen becomes even stronger. I didn't. Could it be that you haven't even kissed yet? No way, we've only been dating for a week. No, that's true, but with how lovey-dovey Sei-chan and Hisamura-kun are, I thought you already have. Lo lovey-dovey. I never thought that Shiho would think of me that way. I tried not to show my flusteredness in the message I had sent. We're not lovey-dovey. Don't you sometimes hold hands when you're eating lunch? Hey, how did you know about that? I didn't think they knew about it at all. During lunch break at school, the 5 of us are eating together these days, and Hisamura was sitting right next to me. Last week, while we were chatting after eating, Hisamura suddenly grabbed my hand under the desk. At first, I was incredibly surprised and flustered to the level that anyone would look at me and ask me if something was wrong. I immediately warned Hisamura in a low voice, but he didn't learn his lesson and held my hand from time to time anyways. When the 5 of us were eating together, the whole class would pay attention to us, but they were more interested in Shijimoto, Shiho, and Tajin, so me and Hisamura didn't attract much attention. And since they were eating at the very back of the room, there were no students on the side where Hisamura and I were sitting. So even if we held hands under the desk, there was no one who could see us so clearly. Taking advantage of that, Hisamura held my hand and enjoyed my reaction very much. That's just Hisamura grabbing my hand. We definitely weren't holding hands at all. I sent a complete and utter lie. But Sei-chan also grabbed his hand too, didn't you? Hey, really? How did you know about that? Could it be that Hisamura told you? Indeed, it was true. Last Friday, I grabbed Hisamura's hand to even things out. Hisamura's reaction was extremely interesting, and it was incredibly satisfying to get revenge. But it wasn't long till he got back at me by locking our arms with a lover's hand instead. I didn't expect Shiho to notice it at all. I only grabbed his hands once, and that was to get back at all the times Hisamura had gotten on me. As for the lover's hand, it was Hisamura who did it in the first place. Aha, I knew you were holding hands, but I didn't know you guys were holding each other's hands in a lover's way. What do you mean? I only knew that you were holding hands under the desk. But the lover's hand was told to me by none other than Sei-chan herself just now. I feel like something like this has happened before. I've been set up again. Chapter 47, How to Get Bigger. I've been set up again. While still in the bath, I called Shiho just like before. The phone rang twice and connected. Hello, Sei-chan. You set me up again, Shiho. Well, it shouldn't be too bad since Sei-chan told me yourself, right? I see, I see. That means Shiho doesn't need to learn to cook from me, right? I'm sorry, Sei-chan, it was all my fault. Shiho immediately apologized. If Sei-chan, an experienced cook, was struggling to teach her, how could she stand a chance to learn how to cook herself? It would take her years to get good enough to feed people if she ever did it alone. Speaking of which, Sei-chan, your voice sounds strange over the phone. Where are you calling from? A bath. I'm taking a longer soak because I've been working out hard today. Ah yeah, want a video call? I don't mind, but what's the point of doing so? Nothing, I just feel like it. There was no particular reason to refuse, so I agreed to Shiho's suggestion and switched to the video call option. While soaking in the bath, I held my phone vertically so that it reflected the area around my face. Is this good? Sei-chan, it's been a while. We met at school today, so it's only been a few hours. Ahaha, right, Ku. What's wrong? Shiho looked pained on the screen, so I asked curiously. No, I switched to a video call for this, but it still hurts just as much. What do you mean? I'm talking about the two mountains floating in the water. Sei-chan. Why, you did it just for that. I got so embarrassed that I immediately covered my chest using the arm that's not holding the phone. No, it's just that I heard that Shijimoto likes big breasts. Tajin-san did say something like that, yeah. Last week at the amusement park, when Shiho and Tajin were confessing their feelings to Shijimoto, they had quite a debacle. And Tajin-san definitely said that, whilst Shijimoto, on the other hand, didn't deny it one bit. It was quite a terrible revelation to be revealed so openly, and I felt a little sorry for Shijimoto at the time. And so, I wanted to make my breasts bigger, so I thought I'd ask Sei-chan on how to do that. Shiho said as she brought her face closer to the phone with an intensity I could feel on my face. Tajin-san is pretty big, but Sei-chan's is bigger. And no, I'm not so sure about that. I didn't compare with her. Don't worry, I used my own measurements. Sei-chan is definitely bigger. Why are you so confident about that? After years of gazing and envying people's breasts, I have ascended. Why yeah, I see. Shiho had a faraway look in her eyes, so I decided not to dig deeper into the topic. Plus, you got bigger compared to about 6 months ago, right? How did you know? It's all thanks to the eye I've cultivated with over the years. I'm not too pleased with myself, though. Over time, she even seemed to have even been able to see the growth of Sei-chan's breasts, naturally. I'd like to ask the trick to get bigger breasts, please. The trick to making them bigger. Yes, I even held down my shame and asked Tajin-san about it, and she said, ever since I was little, I've been massaging my breasts while fantasizing about Yuichi rubbing them. It's because of this that I've grown so much, and had the kind of body that Yuichi likes. What kind of an embarrassing conversation are we having right now? Well, I do find it impressive that she has been making a conscious effort to do that ever since she was a child. So I've been massaging them while fantasizing about Shijimoto rubbing them since last week. You don't have to tell me that if you're embarrassed, Shiho. It's fine. That's why I need you to teach me how to get bigger, much bigger than Tajin-san herself. Well, Shiho, I'm sorry to say, but don't worry, Sei-chan, no matter how hard it may be, I'll do it. Shiho is determined to grow her breasts to be as big as Tajin-san, and since she's my best friend, I do want to share some useful information with her. But I never specifically set out to grow my breasts, they just grew naturally. Shiho's voice suddenly lowered to an expressionless tone. My mother's was big too, so I guess it's, genetic. You didn't do anything. Even when Tajin-san needed to do it, you did nothing at all. Yeah, I don't think I've done anything to make my breasts bigger, Shiho, see, can you hear me? I called out to Shiho over the phone, which seemed to have stopped working, and whilst I was thinking that the phone was off. Shiho, did you just click your tongue? What's wrong, Sei-chan? No, you just clicked your tongue, right? I'm not the type to do that, Sei-chan. Why yeah, I must have misheard you. Shiho's face was smiling, but her eyes weren't, so I decided not to pursue the matter further. So you didn't do anything special with your breasts, Sei-chan? Yeah, I'm sorry for being useless. No, it's fine. I'm sorry for suddenly calling you like this even though you're in the middle of a bath. No, I started the call, so it's fine. See you tomorrow, Sei-chan. Yeah, see you tomorrow. After that, I hung up the phone. I also felt a little afraid to meet Shiho tomorrow. Chapter 48, the tournament begins. Wednesday, it was the beginning of the tournament. there weren't any classes scheduled today. It was just going to be the tourney from morning till the afternoon. Our grade divides us into 8 separate classes, so it would take quite some time to go for a round-robin style tournament. Which is why we have no classes today and dedicate the entire day to the tournament instead. For students who dislike classes and love sports, it's like a dream come true. In other words, it would be heaven for someone like Yuichi, who is not the brightest generally but pretty good at sports. Tsukasa. Did you just make fun of me? Did you and Tajin-san learn telepathy together when you were young? No, we didn't, and you practically admitted that you made fun of me just now, didn't you? Oh look, it's our turn now. We better get ready for the exercise. You're too good at deception. We had already changed into our gym clothes at school, and we're out on the field. The boys will play baseball, so the game is held outside on the school grounds. The schoolyard is quite large, so 2 games were being held simultaneously. Now that the previous game is over, it's our turn. In a real baseball game, you'd probably play until the bottom of the 9th inning. But if you spent that much time on one ball game, it would take an awful lot of time to progress. That's why it seemed to take about 30 minutes to finish a whole game here. Tsukasa, we're going to win this. Yeah, well, I think we'll be okay with you alone. What? Are you not motivated? No, you're just too strong. We've already finished a game a while ago. It was total domination from our side. Most of it was because of Yuichi Shijimoto. He was the one pitching. His pitching speed is around a high 140 kilometers, which is much higher than the high school aces present here. He can't even seem to throw a curveball properly, but his speed is more than enough for an amateur. If you were an amateur who had never played baseball before in your life, you would absolutely hate standing near the batter's box. He was throwing the ball with his all at a match with tons of amateurs. A ball speed in the high 140s would be just barely hittable even for a professional baseball player. Especially since our high school doesn't even have a strong baseball team, there are really not many people who can hit his throw. The level of pity I have for the people on the other team who have to hit his balls is a bit much. Shijimoto Hisamura. As I was waiting for the next match to start, I heard a voice calling us from behind. We turned to see Fuji's approaching us whilst waving her hand. Next to her was Sei-chan. It was the tournament day, so of course, they would be in gym clothes too. Are you guys about to start soon? Fuji's asked, to which Yuichi answered. We're about to start in a bit. Have the girls finished their basketball game yet? Yeah, we're done with ours. Did you win? We won. Well, it was mostly thanks to Sei-chan though. Fuji's then turned to Sei-chan. Sei turned away, looking embarrassed at being praised. No, well, I just did my best. Fufu, that's right. Sei-chan shot quite a lot of the shots. Sei-chan was a little embarrassed, but she had given it her all. Her cheeks were blushing. It was very cute. I mean, this is the first time I've seen Sei-chan in her gym clothes from such a close distance. It was a white gym uniform with short sleeves and short pants, an unpretentious outfit to say the least. But why did I think it was so cute when Sei-chan was the one wearing it? Also, it's bothering me a little that the clothes emphasize the breasts so much. It was bothering me as a man. Since the gym clothes are pretty thin, it would be noticeable if you were pretty big over there. In contrast, yeah. I mean, I knew it from the original novel, but that part is pretty modest. Hisamura-kun, don't you think you're being pretty rude? No, not at all, Fuji-sama. Wait a minute, can they all use telepathy or something? I don't think there was a setting where everyone could use telepathy according to the original series. But that was my fault, so I should be sorry. Yuichi, isn't your match next? Kaori. As we were talking, Tajin-san also arrived. I came here to support Yuichi rather than his class. Thank you, but are you sure? We will be facing your class in the next match. I don't hold enough feelings for the boys in my class to keep me from supporting the one I love. Why, yeah. Yuichi was a little embarrassed to hear that straightforwardly, but it seems that the boys in Tajin-san also heard her comment just now and got demoralized. Yeah, I know, it's depressing to have such a beautiful woman tell you that you're not worthy of her support. Shijimo-kun, I'm rooting for you too. Thank you, Fuji's. As if she was trying to counter her, Fuji's also sent some words of support to Shijimoto. Curses, that bastard was not only cheered on by our class Madonna, but also by Fuji-san. I won't forgive you, I won't forgive you. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. The morale of the opposing team has gone up in the opposite direction, due to Fuji-san. Well, as a high school boy, if a guy had some cute girls cheering for him this much, he would definitely be resented a lot. Whoa, looks like the game is about to start. As Yuyuichi had said, the student who was refereeing blew his whistle and shouted, "The class for the next game must assemble quickly." "I'm off then. Give me some support." "On the contrary, I'll cheer for you. I won't allow you to lose, Yuyuichi." "Good luck, Shijimoto-kun." Yuichi seemed to get into the spirit and said, "Okay," and ran towards the person who was calling the assembly. "I don't think I'll lose with him around, so I'll just go with the flow. Hisamura." What's up, Sei-cha?" I nearly called her Sei-chan out loud, but thankfully no one else was around. But I didn't really stop, because I was suddenly aware of something else entirely. When I turned around, I saw Sei's face up close to mine, and I stopped speaking because it immediately took my breath away. We were so close that if I were to move just a little closer, our noses would have touched. I could sense that she was a little confused, as she probably didn't expect to be this close to me, but at that distance, Sei-chan continued her words. "I'm rooting for you, good luck." She whispers these words to me, while we are looking at each other very closely. Then, Sei-chan instantly pulled her face away from mine at a great speed, with her face turning bright red. I looked over at her, feeling my body heat rise up as I wobbled my way over to where Yuyuichi and the others were gathered. Luckily, none of the boys seemed to see me and Sei-chan face to face just now, so they didn't know why I was wobbling around so weirdly. "Tsukasa, something bad happened. I got banned for pitching because I was too strong." "Yuyuichi." What's wrong with you, and why is your face red? What happened?" "I'll pitch." You can pitch." "I used to do it in elementary school. I think my ball speed is much slower than yours, though." "Oh yeah, I was wondering who will pitch. Tsukasa, go for it." "Why we'll win this tia-chan digi. WOA, you're suddenly fired up." "Of course, you idiot. I'll do it for all of us." "Wait a minute, Tsukasa, are you really that kind of a character?" "I'm not staying in character. I don't care about that. There's no way I'm not going to get serious after hearing something like that from Sei-chan. I'll give it everything I got." Chapter 49, Pitcher Hisamura. "Hisamura-kun is amazing." Shiho, who was standing next to me, muttered involuntarily as she watched the game. "Ah, right. I never thought Hisamura could play baseball so well either." The game we were watching had Hisamura as a pitcher. I heard that Hisamura had played baseball during elementary school, but I didn't expect him to be so good at pitching. His ball speed isn't as fast as Shijimoto, but instead, his control is way better than Shijimoto's. And he seems to be throwing a curveball with his own change of pace. The other team is basically at his mercy at this point. Even now, the batter was struck out on a pitch thrown by Hisamura, and the offense was replaced by a strikeout. Shit. A slightly sweaty Hisamura did a guts pose in front of everyone. Shijimoto and the others gave him high fives. I held back from applauding, but I was pretty happy inside. Nesu Hisamura. The corner of my mouth lifted up on its own, but no one was watching me, so it's fine. Shiho next to me and the other girls in my class were also watching the game with excitement. I can hear the girls in the class cheering with me, talking about Hisamura. "You're so cool, Hisamura-kun. He doesn't stand out much in class, but he's pretty good at sports, huh? He's not as good looking as Shijimoto-kun, but he's still pretty cool. You think he has a girlfriend?" "I never heard of anything like that. I'm pretty sure that he doesn't have one." "I think I'll aim for Hisamura-kun then." When I heard that, I couldn't help but look at the person who said that. Really? Yeah, Hisamura-kun is totally my type. And isn't the gap pretty nice? He's always next to Shijimoto-kun in class, so I didn't really notice, but he's pretty cool too. Well, that's true. Maybe I should go for him too. The conversation going on is making me pretty upset. It never occurred to me that others would get interested in Hisamura. I miscalculated. It's true that Hisamura has a decent face, and I, for one, think he's very cool too. I was still trying to listen to them, whilst using all my might to not look at them. Aren't you going out with the guy in the next class? We broke up the other day. I'm free now, so it doesn't matter. Well, I guess that's fine, but can you just go out with guys like that? There's nothing wrong about it, is there? It's not like we'll be going out forever. We can just have it as a trial phase. Be so casual about these sorts of things. Shiho had told me before, but I didn't like the idea of it. She said that I should go out with him as a trial and see how it goes. However, I was not so insincere and decided to be serious if I were to ever go out with someone. Not that I'm denying the people who date like that. It's just that I'm a little annoyed that she thinks that Hisamura, who's currently dating me, would be so casual about things like this. Each person will have different things to think about when dating the opposite sex. But Hisamura really did fall in love with me, and that's why he confessed to me so seriously. This isn't something I should be remembering here. As I was watching the boys play, I was suddenly reminded about Hisamura's confession, and my face was instantly dyed red. The only thing in my head right now is how Hisamura and I didn't go out with such light intentions. I want to tell those girls that, but it can't happen without me telling them that we're actually dating. As I was thinking about this, the baseball game was unfolding, and Hisamura was about to stand in the batter's box as a batter. Sei-chan, Hisamura is about to bat. All right. See, Hisamura-kun is looking in this direction. Shiho was right. I could see Hisamura looking in our direction before entering the batter's box. At the same time, I was happy to see that he was looking at me and thinking of me in a special way. I gave a small wave so that the people around me wouldn't notice, as a sign of good luck. Then, I don't really know if Hisamura got the message or not, but I saw him hold his chest as if he was in pain. What's the matter, Hisamura? You're holding your chest. Did you hurt yourself somewhere? Yeah, I'm fine. It's just Sei-chan's fault. Why is it my fault? That's because you're too cute, Sei-chan. I tilted my head, unsure what he meant by that, the moment I was about to ask him that. Hisamura-kun. Hang in there. Cheers started echoing next to me. When I looked over, I saw the two girls who wanted to date Hisamura cheering loudly. I wondered if the voice reached him or not, but just before he entered the box, he gave a light bow. I could see he was a little confused. Haha, you're so cute, Hisamura-kun. Fufu, I'll go talk to him later and see if I can leave a good impression on him. Apparently, she was actually trying to get in touch with Hisamura. I don't know if she was trying to do so for fun or if she was serious about it. Sei-chan, your atmosphere is a little scary. Ooh, sorry. I can't help but glare at the two girls. I was grateful for her cheering for Hisamura, but aiming and making him a boyfriend is a completely different story. Chapter 50, Sei-chan jealous. Shimada-san, you can't afford to be so complacent. Tajin-san told me that when she came to cheer Shijimoto on. What is it, Tajin-san? Do you not know? Hisamura will become very popular after this match. I guess so. It was kinda my fault for supporting and firing up Hisamura, but I didn't expect him to be so active that he would attract so much attention from others. Those bitches who just raised their voice seem to be going for Hisamura-kun too. Calling them bitches is a bit mean. A woman who takes another woman's man is a bitch. Tajin-san, do you know that, me and Hisamura are dating? I asked her in a small voice, afraid that the people around us might hear what we were talking about. Neither I nor Hisamura should have told her about that. Of course I know. Anybody can tell just by looking at you guys. Anyone? Does that mean that the people in class know too? No, I don't think anyone in your class knows. After all, you've been using me as a front to hold hands and flirt secretly. Why do you know that? Well, I could tell since you were right in front of me, but Yuichi probably doesn't know a thing. I didn't think that Tajin-san would know about us holding hands as well. Curses to Tajin-san, please don't tell anyone that we're dating. Why not? If I were in your position, I would make a huge announcement saying that Yuichi and I are dating. Well, it's already known that you like Shijimoto though. Well, if I was in your situation, I would stick close to Hisamura-kun. So not only would his family know about me, but so would everyone else. Well, those bitches earlier were easy to understand. But it's not like there aren't any women aiming for Hisamura in the dark. I would show him off to the extent that the entire world would know that he is mine. Well, if I did do that, the other girls would definitely stop going for Hisamura. But I couldn't do something so embarrassing. As we were talking, a pang sound came from where the game was being played, and cheers went up at the same time as that. I looked over there and saw that Hisamura had gotten a hit and was running through first base. I'm not sure what to say. There may be other girls out there who are looking at him with a passionate gaze too. Cool. Indeed, the way the girls in the class looked at Hisamura now had changed. I don't think all the eyes that are looking at Hisamura are vying for him, but thinking about the few that are is making me sick. But well, Hisamura, who stayed on first base, turned to look at me. He smiled lightly, clenched his fist, and did a small guts pose to me. I was thrilled by the gesture, and I was glad that it was directed only at me, which made my earlier discomfort disappear. In response to his gesture, I did a small wave. This time, he didn't hold his chest in pain but smiled naturally. Seeing that, I couldn't help but smile as well. Y'all two are so close. I feel like an idiot for worrying about you. Tajin, who was watching the current exchange between us, said so with a sigh. But still, I'm certain that people who don't know about the fact that you guys are dating will appear and try to seduce Hisamura-kun. I know that. All right then. Then I guess I'll just have to go about my business. Tajin-san said, stepping forward and shouting loudly. Isekai, make sure you hit it. The next batter after Hisamura was Shijimoto. When Tajin-san shouted this out to Shijimoto before entering the batter's box, Shijimoto smiled and raised his fist in the air. Oh, he shouted. Shijimoto-kun. Good luck. Shiho also cheered, shouting loudly, something she rarely did, as if she did not want to lose him. Shijimoto responded to that as well with a thank you. Shijimoto's motivation seemed to have increased, but so did the motivation of his enemies. As for the reason for the rise, I'm pretty sure it's jealousy. The pitcher throws with all his might, more so than when he was throwing it to Hisamura. He is a pitcher from the baseball team, so I'm pretty sure it will be a decent pitch. However, the batter was a terrible matchup with him. The sound was even louder than when Hisamura had hit it, and the ball flew through the air. It went straight over the head of the field and disappeared out of sight. Instantly, a loud cheer echoed through the schoolyard. That's my Yuichi, that was an easy home run. Shijimoto, you're amazing. Tajin-san and Shiho said excitedly, as if they were Shijimoto's long-term fans. The girls from the same class and other classes who had seen what had just happened were also cheering for him. The girls who were talking about targeting Hisamura earlier also had many more sparkles in their eyes now than when Hisamura had gotten a hit. Surely a home run is much more impressive than a regular hit, and we know that Shijimoto is more popular than Hisamura. Rather than Hisamura being targeted, it would be safer for my sanctuary if Shijimoto stood out and attracted the attention of the girls instead. But still, I don't like it. My Hisamura is no pushover either. I said in a small murmur, as my expression stiffened. Chapter 51, at the end of the baseball game. I'm exhausted. After the match with Tajin-san's class, I took a quick break. I hadn't pitched in a while, but I did pretty well this time. Well, there was only one factor that made me feel so good though. I was playing catch with Yuichi after the match to cool down for a bit. I threw as hard as I could without much practice, so I had to take care of my shoulder and elbow afterwards, or they would break with how much pressure I was exerting. Well, it's probably fine, but just in case, I need to be safe. I finished playing a light game of catch with Yuichi and went to the place where everyone in the class was gathered together. Everyone was chatting excitedly, probably because the boys' baseball team just won the match. As Yuichi and I approached them, several girls noticed us coming nearby and closed in on us. Yuichi-kun, that home run was really amazing. It's really amazing to hit that far coming from the ace of the baseball team. Oh, thank you. As expected of Yuichi, who was popular in class, he was immediately surrounded by the girls of the class. Yuichi gave a refreshing smile in response, and the girls around him immediately turned red. Sheesh, that's one good-looking protagonist. Well, that home run really was amazing, so I can't blame him. I'm sorry, but could you let me through? To Tajin-san, go ahead. Tajin-san quickly appeared and dismissed the girls in the class with a smile. As expected, the girls in the class didn't seem to want to compete with Tajin-san. Well, it takes courage to stand up to Tajin-san, doesn't it? Both in appearance and power. Yuichi, good work. Thank you, Kaori. When Tajin-san approached Yuichi, most of the girls in the class that were near Yuichi disappeared. With the exception of one person, Shiho Fuji's. Shijimoto-kun, thank you for your hard work. Here's a cold towel. Whoa, thanks, Fuji's. That feels good. Fuji-san, I wonder if that towel is yours. Of course it is. She's like a devoted manager who keeps a cold towel on standby for Yuichi. With such a cute girl as a manager, I'm sure I'd be able to be as strong as I ever want to be. I'll buy that towel from you, name your price. A towel soaked in Yuichi's sweat is worth a lot. Do you not understand? No, I don't understand. Yuichi, as expected, twitched at Tajin-san's words. Yeah, I think only Tajin-san will probably understand what she means by that. What? Your sweat is worth a lot more to me than diamonds, Yuichi. No. Diamonds are definitely worth more than my sweat. It depends on the person. Of course, if I was given the chance, I'd love to take a direct lee. Wait a minute, were you just going to say lick? What, my sweat? And ingesting it might be better than licking it, but that's still pretty bad. Don't worry, I'll keep my intake to a reasonable level, so I don't think you'll have any withdrawal symptoms. I don't get it. Do you think my sweat is some kind of dangerous drug? Tajin-san is a little unique with her fetishes, so perhaps she's a pretty dangerous woman. Ah, Hisamura-kun, is there something you would like to tell me? No, it's nothing. I think it's safe to assume that my mind is already being read. Especially when I thought of something a little rude like that, it was just too much. So, Fuji-san, what do you think? I can go up to 100 million yen. 100 million? As expected, I also shouted that in surprise. Isn't that a bit too much? A towel soaked with Yuichi's sweat would be a turn-off for someone like me. For me, if it means a towel soaked in Sei-chan's sweat, then. Let's not think about that anymore. There's a good chance I'll end up with the same fetishes as Tajin-san otherwise. Fufu, I'm sorry, Tajin-san. This is my favorite towel, so I can't give it to you so easily. Fuji's assured her with a smile. She easily pushed away an offer of 100 million yen. It's your favorite towel, Fuji's. Is it really okay if I use it? It's fine, Shijimoto-kun. Did you wipe off your sweat already? Yeah, it felt good. That's good. Fuji's received the towel from his hands. I can wash it at my place and return it to you if you want. It's okay. I'll wash it thoroughly. I won't do anything like Tajin-san, so don't worry. I wasn't worried about that, don't worry. Yeah, Fuji's wasn't particularly described to have such bad fetishes in the original story. Right? Tajin-san and Fuji's were arguing over Yuichi, but I didn't care anymore and just dipped away from them. I think I saw Yuichi shoot me a look that was screaming for help, but I was probably just imagining things. Speaking of which, where's Sei-chan? I hadn't seen Sei-chan since we finished the game. I looked around for Sei-chan and found her a short distance away from where Fuji's and Tajin-san were fighting. She seemed to be much closer to us than expected. I started walking towards Sei-chan, and she must have noticed me approaching because she looked at me and smiled lightly. She's cute. I want to go out with her. Oh, right, we're already going out. Just before I was about to call out to Sei-chan. Thank you for your hard work, Hisamura-kun. That pitch was amazing. Did you used to play baseball? Two girls suddenly talked to me, coming in between me and Sei-chan. Well, thank you. I only played baseball when I was in elementary school. I was surprised when she suddenly spoke to me, but I couldn't ignore her, so I replied back to her. I mean, who are these girls? I remember that we were in the same class, but I can't remember their names. I'm sorry. That's right, you're very athletic, it's amazing. Yeah, it was very cool. Oh, haha. Thanks. It's honestly nice to be praised, but I'm afraid there's more to it than that. Also, she said I was athletic. It's only because I played it during elementary school and was able to excel against a crowd of amateurs. Compared to Yuichi, the ace of the basketball team who hits home runs with ease even though he is an amateur, my athleticism is nothing. And Sei-chan? I want to talk to Sei-chan. That's what I thought, and I glanced over at Sei-chan as I talked briefly with the two girls. NN, what's wrong, Hisamura-kun? No, it's nothing. I almost shouted out in fright. That was dangerous. The two girls don't seem to be able to see because she's behind them, but the look that Sei-chan's giving right now is kinda scary. I feel like the atmosphere of hers, currently, is similar to when Tajin-san chases away the girls around Yuichi. Maybe Sei-chan is jealous? Lies, really? No, I feel bad thinking about this, but I feel really happy about that. As I was looking at her, she noticed my gaze. Sei-chan huffed, blushed, turned away awkwardly and ran far away from me. I don't know if she was jealous of me or not, but I think she was embarrassed to see my face. I'm sorry, I just remembered I had to do something. Yeah. After apologizing to the girl who had just spoken to me, I chased after Sei-chan. Sei-chan hadn't gone that far. She was at the edge of the schoolyard, where the school building was blocking the sun and casting a shadow over the area. The sun was not shining here, so it was cool and a perfect place to take a break after a long day of hard work. I saw Sei-chan leaning against the wall. She might be just leaning against the wall, but no matter where I look, I can't help but see it as a picture-perfect scene. Sei-chan, thank you for your hard work. Hisamura, I didn't do anything but thank you for your hard work too. When I spoke to her, she looked down without meeting my gaze and said so. There are several students around us, but they are talking to each other, so no one is looking at me and Sei-chan right now. Did you not see what you did? I was cheered on by Sei-chan, so I worked very hard. I even surprised myself with that. Why yeah, of course I saw that. I mean you were cool. NNT thank you. I didn't expect such straightforward praise coming from Sei-chan, so I couldn't help but choke on my words of thanks. I heard you used to play baseball, but I didn't think you were that good. Well, I'm not particularly good at it, but since I was cheered on by Sei-chan, my adrenaline began pumping. The girls in class were saying how cool you were. It's a good thing, right? Why is she suddenly talking about the girls in class? She's probably referring to the two girls just now. I'm glad the girls in my class appreciate me, but I guess I'm just not that interested. I'm only interested if Sei-chan's opinion of me has improved. Oh, of course it went up. You did your best for me, so it would still go up even without any results. Oh, thank you. I was too happy and she's just too cute. I feel like I've been hit with a counter-attack from earlier. No, maybe Sei-chan is embarrassed too, so it feels like we're giving each other a clean hit in return. I couldn't look at her, so I looked away and glanced back at her from time to time. That's when Sei-chan looked at me at the same time, and our gazes met each other perfectly. For a moment, we made a puzzled expression at each other, and then we couldn't stand it and laughed together. Haha, that was kind of funny. Foo, yes, that was a confusing moment I didn't quite understand. Even these casual-like, meaningless conversations are fun to have with Sei-chan. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, but then it all became much more relaxed after that. Isn't it time for the girls' basketball game? Yeah, I guess so. Well, let's head to the gym. Moreover, the next match would be with Tajin-san's class. Up until now, our class had won easily thanks to Sei-chan, but that would not be the case if we were to play against Tajin-san. The next match is against Tajin-san, right? Yeah, I guess so. She's probably the strongest opponent in the tournament. Good luck, Sei-chan. Sei-chan had practiced the day before and yesterday to win against Tajin-san. We practiced 3-pointers the entire time. I didn't keep count, but I'm certain that she managed to hit 100 in a row. Since Hisamura helped me so much, I'll be sure to win for you. She said this so casually, whilst casually raising the corners of her mouth. It wasn't a counterattack or anything, but a straight punch to the face, which took me completely by surprise. You're too good-looking. I muttered to myself as I covered my face with my hands. Don't say that out of the blue. Sei-chan said to me, looking embarrassed at my words. With this exchange, Sei-chan and I headed for the gym. Chapter 52, Basketball Game begins. As soon as we got to the gym, Sei-chan walked towards the court whilst I went up the stairs. The gymnasium is not as big as the schoolyard, so if you want to cheer, you'd have to go up to the stands. I'm rooting for you, Sei-chan. Yeah, thanks. We had one last conversation, and then Sei-chan and I split up. I got up and went to the boys from our class and huddled up with Yuichi. Oh, Tsukasa, you're here. The game is just about to start. Yeah, it's probably going to be the closest game of the tournament. That's right, we have Shimada, while the other team has Kaori. Both of them have played several games and have not lost a single one, and they have also won all of them by a huge margin. Who do you think will win, Yuichi? As a class, Kaori's, 9 out of 10 times. Shimada might be strong, but basketball can't be won alone. The other team doesn't only have Tajin-san, but other players that are from the basketball team. Meanwhile, we have none. We're in the same class, though, so I hope we do well. Shouldn't you be supporting Tajin-san, though? Well, it's a tough call. They're the enemy team, so it's really hard to cheer for them. It's true that this time they're facing off against our own class, and normally it would be hard to root for the enemy team even if you have good friends over there. But Tajin-san supported you in that situation, right? That's what I was thinking. Well, she's special. Tajin-san is a Yuuichi supremacist, so she didn't really care about the boys in her class. Wouldn't it be okay if we were just rooting for one individual, that is Tajin-san, rather than the entire enemy team? Yeah, it's just a small school event, nothing too serious. Well, it's only cheering, nothing major. I'll be sure to give her some words of support later then. If Yuuichi approached Tajin-san, I'm sure she would work extremely hard to win the match. Just like me earlier. No, if it's me working hard with Sei-chan cheering me on and Tajin-san working hard with Yuichi cheering me on, I should win in terms of the amount of hard work put into it. That's how hard I worked with Sei-chan's support, so yeah. Well, who do you think will come out on top? What? Well, who do you think will win, our class or Kaori's class? I got an answer from Yuichi, but he didn't receive an answer from me. But of course, my answer is obvious. With Sei-chan here, of course our class would win. Ah, you said Sei-chan. No, I said Shimada, S-H-I-M-A-D-A. I was not allowed to call her that unless we were alone. And don't you ever say Sei-chan, or I'll blow you away to pieces. You're being unreasonable. Section, a light shooting practice before the game starts. I took a couple of shots to have a feel of the court. All of them went in as if it was being sucked in. Good. After confirming that I hadn't lost the feel, I heard the referee say, "Line up," as the first lineup began lining up. Of course, I was in the starting 5, and so I went to the middle of the court. Lined up in front of me was Tajin-san. "Good day, Shimada-san. Are you ready to lose?" Tajin-san, with a confident look, said that as if to provoke me. "I'm only ready to win. Are you prepared to cry on Shijimoto's chest after losing?" I would have loved to do that. Too bad that won't happen, so I won't. If that's the case, you'd better start preparing yourself now. Shijimoto will at least hide your crying face, even if you're not prepared for it. I'm sure Yuuichi will make it easy for me. If that's the case, is Shimada-san ready to borrow the chest from that man? I don't have any plans to have him do that for me at the moment. I see. At the moment, yeah. Cool. There was a light quarrel before the game, and I couldn't deny the feeling that Tajin-san had gotten the better of me at the last minute. In a basketball game, the game starts with a tip-off with representatives from both teams at the beginning. It was obvious that Sei-chan, with her height and jumping ability, would do it for her team, and the other team also seemed to have Tajin-san as their jump ball representative. Only the two of them were in the center circle, and the others were surrounding them. Oh, by the way, we haven't decided on the loser's punishment yet. Punishment? I was a little confused by Tajin-san's sudden suggestion. It would be boring to play a game like this without anything at stake. Let's say the winner can order the loser to do one single thing. Well, fine then, I won't lose. Fufu, I already know what I'm going to order you when I win. As soon as Tajin-san said that, the referee blew his whistle and threw the ball into the air. I will have you announce that you are dating Hisamura-kun. What? Startled by Tajin's words, I mistimed my jump and lost the ball, and so the game began. Chapter 53. Sei-chan vs Tajin. As soon as the game began, Tajin-san's team had already scored a point. 3 of the 5 players on the opposing team were players on the basketball team, and they also have the advantage of having the very athletic Tajin-san. It was too difficult to stop the attack coming from them. It was an easy shot to make. With that, Sei-chan's team proceeded to make an attack. After bringing the ball to half-court, the pass goes to Sei-chan. She got the ball just outside of the three-pointer ring. The person defending there was, of course, Kaori Tajin. Were you serious about following through with the order you said earlier? She asked Tajin-san, whilst holding the ball in place, so that she can move immediately depending on her actions. Of course, I never lie after all. Well, then I can't afford to lose. With that said, she kept the ball on herself as she searched for the right time to launch an attack. However, she couldn't hit a three-pointer because Tajin-san was defending the area near her. She'll block my three-pointers. As she had thought, Tajin-san was wary of her three-pointers. That's why she was guarding her so closely to prevent her from scoring a point. Shimada-san is trying to score more points with three-pointers. Then it's just a matter of not letting her score at all. With that, Tajin-san was defending against Sei-chan. And then she set off. She dribbled forward, trying to drive by Tajin towards the hoop. Her defense makes it easier for her to defend against Sei-chan shooting, but being closer means that she can get past her much easier. With Tajin-san's physical ability, even an average professional basketball player can't easily pull it off. But her physical abilities have surpassed Kaori Tajin. In a blink of an eye, she tried to pass Tajin-san. Cool. Reacting just in time with her speed, she tried to keep up with Sei-chan. Even though Tajin-san tried to keep up with her, she took a step forward following a dribble and suddenly lunged back. What? Tajin-san certainly wasn't expecting for her to fall back. She was already in a shooting stance, and Tajin-san was too far ahead to try and stop her. With a beautiful form, the ball was shot with a perfect arc, with the ball looking as if it were being sucked into the hoop. She just scored a three-pointer. In other words, she shot from outside the three-point line. A step-back three-pointer. A step-back was a technique of moving forward whilst dribbling ahead, and then immediately stepping back to shoot the ball into the hoop. It's very easy to pull off the move, but it's incredibly difficult to land the shot. Your body would be off balance, which would make the shot much harder to land. The difficulty increases even more when it becomes a long three-pointer shot. Such a shot was chosen to be used against Kaori Tajin. After the shot went in, there was a moment of silence and then an explosion of cheers in the gym. Shimada-san, you're so cool. That was insanely fast. Is she really an amateur? Hey, you're on the basketball team, right? Can you do the same thing? No. It's impossible to land a step-back three with such a tightly packed defense. Everyone watching, boys and girls alike, were amazed by the shot Sei-chan just played. You're doing great. The three-pointers that they were most wary of and made measures so that she wouldn't land were easily taken care of by Sei-chan. There's more to come, so don't get downcasted by something like this, Tajin-san. Sei-chan said fearlessly. COOL. Ah, Sei-chan, as expected of Sei-chan, I'm going to fall in love with you. Oh wait, I'm already in love, I'll just fall deeper in love with you instead. Tsukasa, you're mumbling to yourself, and it's getting a bit loud here. Neither Sei-chan nor Tajin-san would know that such a conversation was currently ongoing at the audience stand. A basketball match in the school generally takes about 20 minutes or so. A normal basketball game consists of 4 quarters of 10 minutes each, but they don't have the time nor energy to do that. The first half of the match between Sei-chan's class and Tajin-san's class was over. The score was 20-15. Tajin-san's class was currently winning. As expected, it was hard for Sei-chan to take on 3 experienced basketball players along with Tajin-san by herself. No, if Sei-chan was on the offensive the entire time, she might have been able to win. But this was a team game, so of course, there were other players besides Sei-chan, so she had to pass the ball to them as well. If they were in a serious match and really wanted to win, all the balls would just be given to Sei-chan. But in the end, it was just an inter-class match. In a game that was meant to be fun, if Sei-chan had the ball all the time, it would indeed be too boring for the other students. In the first half, the ball went to her 5 times. And in all of those 5 times, Sei-chan managed to score all of them. She had 3 3-pointers and 2 2-pointers. She scored 13 out of the 15 points that her team had scored, so it was obvious to everyone that without her, her class would have been steamrolled. The break was almost over, and the second half was about to begin. However, Sei-chan was nowhere to be seen. If you exerted the most amount of effort for a long enough time, a normal girl would have reached her limit. But Sei-chan was still fine. The reason she wasn't in was because it was still a normal match, and there were other players present as well. If Sei-chan was on the entire game, she would have taken up one of the 5 slots on the team the entire duration of the game. Phew. Sei leaned against the wall and drank some water as she watched the rest of the game unfold. Chapter 54. The winner is. A shadow approached Sei-chan, who was sitting alone. It seems like Sei-chan had also noticed her. Good job, Shimada-san, you're a real monster. Good job to you too, Tajin-san, and I'll take that as a compliment. Tajin-san sat next to me and spoke. Do you want some water? Sei-chan offered some water from the plastic bottle she was holding. Nah, it's fine. I'll only accept indirect kisses from Yuichi. I see. I took another sip of water, a little puzzled by the unwanted information that came back to me. Speaking of which, has Shimada-san at least kissed Hisamura-kun yet? Gafu. At Tajin-san's abrupt question, I nearly splurted out my water. What are you asking me all of a sudden? It's normal in love stories. So did you. And no, we haven't done it yet. Really? I would have thought that you guys would have done that already. Why? I mean, you guys are so lovey-dovey after all. Honestly, I'm jealous. We're not, Jealous? Of course, I'm not aiming for Hisamura-kun. It's just that I want to go out with Yuichi as soon as possible and have some lovey-dovey a lovey-dovey relationship with him too. Oh yeah. Didn't you almost say something else at the end? It was your imagination. The conversation was cut off at once. They watched the game together, but it seemed that the game was just going back and forth. Neither Sei-chan nor Tajin-san were currently on court, nor were the girls from the basketball team on Tajin's team. This was a battle between complete amateurs. Unlike the grueling atmosphere of the first half of the game, the current match gives off the feeling of having fun, regardless of how good or bad you are. We sat side by side watching the game. I asked Tajin-san something that was bothering me for a while. Tajin, about the punishment we were talking about earlier. Ah, the one about you dating Hisamura-kun. Don't say it so loudly. I looked around to see if anyone else was around, and heaved a sigh of relief when I saw that no one was nearby. Shimada-san, I have a question I'd like to ask you too, if that's okay. What? Why are you hiding the fact that you're going out with Hisamura-kun? What? I felt my cheeks instantly turn a scarlet red. I wasn't expecting to be hit with such a direct question out of the blue. If it were me, I would have made it public and yelled, "This is my Yuichi," and bragged to everyone about us. That's what you would do. In fact, even now when we're not dating, I feel like bragging Yuichi to the world. Also, by telling others, it will serve as a check on other women that says, "I'm not going to let you touch him." You are doing that even without dating him, you know. Oh yes. But Fuji's is the only one who's trying to fight me for him, so I want to get rid of her as soon as possible. Don't be so rude if you lay a hand on her. I'll never forgive you, I said with a glare in my eye while she just chuckled and continued. Don't worry, I won't eliminate Fuji-san or anything. Well, if it's harmful for Yuichi, I just might. Have you ever done that to another woman? Fufu, I'll use my right to remain silent. It's almost a confession that she did at this point. I'm a bit too scared to ask for the details. I didn't commit any crimes. Rather, it was the women who harmed Yuichi who were committing the crimes. Something like stealing his luggage and whatnot. Well, it can't be helped, but you really didn't do anything bad, right? Yeah, I didn't kill her. Why, yeah. I'm not going to ask her any more questions about that. Back to the point, if I were in Shimada-san's position, I would announce to everyone that I was going out with Hisamura-kun, especially when he's being eyed by other women. Ew. I let out a groan as she hit me where it hurt. Indeed, at the baseball game earlier, Hisamura was very active and was being called cool by various other girls. In fact, some of the girls even took action and talked to Hisamura after the match. When I saw the scene, I was thinking, this woman is going after my Hisamura, and glared at her. Hisamura even saw my face at the time. That was awkward. I didn't want Hisamura to see me like that. So why don't you go public with it? If you do, you can keep the girls in class in check while also being able to make out in class, which can only be seen as a good thing for you and him. Thaw that. NN. What is it? Tajin-san peered into my face as I murmured in a small voice. I am embarrassed to let, anyone else know about it. I buried my face in my knees in order to hide my red face. I said this as I looked away from Tajin-san. I could feel my cheeks slowly turning a bright shade of red. You're really good at making me nervous, Shimada-san. What do you mean? Are you always showing that sort of look to Hisamura-kun? It's only a matter of time before Hisamura-kun dies of sugar overdose at this rate. What the hell does that mean? I don't understand what she's saying right now, but I can understand that she was teasing me. In an attempt to rebel against her, I raised my voice a little. But I can't believe that Shimada-san wouldn't tell anyone else about it for such a cute reason. Don't tease me too much. I turned my head away as I said that. I thought you were hiding it because you were embarrassed that Hisamura-kun was your boyfriend. And no, of course not. I denied it with the most vigor I had the entire day. As expected, since I shouted too loudly, several students around looked at me and Tajin-san. I noticed it and looked down immediately. Tajin-san smiled when she saw my reaction. I'm kidding, I'm sorry. I didn't think you'd react that strongly to it. You have a bad character, But I'm glad to know that you really like Hisamura-kun, and are going out with him. Ew. I was indeed embarrassed to be told that straight up. Tajin-san chuckled again at the sight and continued to watch the basketball game. I'll go back to the court in the last 3 minutes. What about you, Shimada-san? That being said, I looked and saw that there was only 5 minutes left for the game to end. And the difference in points is close to none, but my team was losing by just 2 points. Well, maybe I'll get on when it's time. Yeah, the last 3 minutes, no one on the basketball team will be on. Really? The first half with the 3 members on the basketball team on the court, we were down by 5 points. With the 3 players gone, I would have gained an advantage against them. I haven't stooped so low that I would feel proud over winning a close game with 3 basketball players on my team. I see, then I'll do my best to deal with you. Have you made an appointment to borrow Shijimoto's chest yet? I'd like to book you for the foreseeable future though, but in a few minutes I'll have you crying to Hisamura-kun's chest. We stood up at the same time and laughed. If I win, you'll go announce your relationship with Hisamura-kun. Got it. You haven't forgotten about that yet. Of course, being embarrassed is a cute reason, but I think the benefits of your relationship going public would outweigh it. I don't want to announce it, even if the benefit outweighs my reason. Yeah, well, prepare to announce it soon. Nah, let's just get ready to decide your punishment instead, I said as we walked towards the court. After a few minutes, Tajin-san and I subbed back into the game. As she had said earlier, the girls from the basketball team didn't come along with her. It was truly just a one-on-one between me and Tajin-san. The girls were all on board with the idea. Males and females alike were watching the scuffle. They all wanted to watch a match between me and Tajin-san. The gymnasium erupted in cheers when the both of us came out. The both of us laughed as we received various cheers from the entire gymnasium. The difference was just 2 points in favor of Tajin-san's team. We're gonna win this thing by a point. You should wait till you're asleep before you start sleep-talking. I'm not going to lose, they both declared, and then the last 3 minutes finally began. In the last 3 minutes, the ball was in our hands. The rest of the team was reading the air and also wanted to watch the one-on-one between us. After 2 rounds of offense and defense, the game seemed to be evenly matched. When I scored 1, Tajin-san also scored 1. It repeated a couple of times, so I'm pretty sure we were evenly matched. I scored 2 3-pointers in both my attacks. In the first half, Tajin-san defended against me very closely since she thought that she would be able to score since her teammates were there. But now that it's completely a one-on-one, and you know that there's no help coming, you have to make sure you don't get overtaken by the other. That's why she was defending a little closer to the hoop, but I took advantage of that and made a light 3-pointer on the first shot. I had 2 3-pointers whilst Tajin had 2 2-pointers. The number of goals scored is the same, but there is a difference of 2 points. In other words, the score that the Tajin-san's team initially led by disappeared and the score was tied. With less than 30 seconds remaining, it was Tajin's turn to go on the offensive. It would be the last time Tajin-san would attack in time. You're good, Shimada-san. Tajin-san, holding the ball around the 3-point line, said to Sei-chan, who was hunched over and playing defensive in front of her. You too, Tajin-san, but I won't let you pass. The score was tied, but I had to defend against this score if I wanted to win. Do you really want to hide Hisamura-kun that much? I told you earlier. I'm proud of my boyfriend. I want people to know about him. I want people to know that I'm proud of him. I want people to know that he's my boyfriend. Do you not feel that way? That's especially when Hisamura-kun isn't an embarrassing boyfriend. At that moment, Tajin-san set off. With a quick dribble, she feints to the right and immediately cuts back to the left. I was at the mercy of the enemy and was completely outpaced, and so she passed by me. There was no one in front of Tajin-san, and she could easily shoot at the goal. She ran straight with the ball and shot a layup shot. What? The moment the ball left Tajin's hand, Sei-chan, who was chasing behind her, hit the ball. Tajin-san was surprised to hear her voice, as she didn't expect to be blocked from behind even though she had completely passed her. The struck ball hit Tajin-san's foot and then went out of the court. The clock stops and an inbounds was given to Sei-chan's team. 10 seconds left. One of Sei-chan's teammates threw the ball back in and Sei-chan caught it. In a flash, Sei-chan passed half-court and made a dash towards the basket. 8 seconds left. Tajin-san is a little further away from Sei-chan, just 1 step outside the 3-point line, ready for Sei-chan's attack. If Sei-chan were to set up a shot, she should be able to dribble past Tajin-san just in time. 6 seconds left. Sei-chan could win with either a 2-pointer or 3-pointer. She's on a lookout for the 3-pointers since she's dribbling around the center line, opening up some distance between her and Tajin-san. 4 seconds left. Sei-chan hasn't set off yet. Tajin-san prepares herself, thinking that she is about to make a move, but she doesn't. 2 seconds left. No way. That's when Tajin-san realizes the final attack that Sei-chan was about to launch. A moment later, Sei-chan stops dribbling and holds the ball. With that, she shot ahead. A very long shot from more than 3 meters away from the 3-point line. Tajin-san, who had been guarding the ball from a distance, could do nothing but stare at the beautiful form of the ball. The ball had a bigger arc than usual because it was shot from a long distance. Tajin-san, I'm the type of person who likes to keep my precious things to myself without showing them off to everyone. The moment Sei-chan said that the ball was sucked into the ring. There was a moment of silence in the gymnasium, and the next moment an explosion of cheers rang out. The victor was Sei-chan. Chapter 55. The match ends. All the matches were over. At the end, the class that won the overall competition was announced, and of course, it was our class that won. The boys' baseball team and the girls' basketball team were both ranked first in all their classes. For the boys' side, Yuichi had a huge role in it. He hit a home run as well as various doubles. I was the one that threw the most pitches, and I think I did pretty well too. The one that did the most on the girls' side, of course, would most likely be Sei-chan. The match that drew the most attention out of everyone was most definitely Sei-chan against Tajin-san. The enthusiasm during the game and the excitement after it ended was amazing. I guess it's only natural to do so after seeing such a crazy game unfold before your eyes. But well, it was an amazing game. It was already too cool for someone like Sei-chan. It was too great. Now both men and women are going ham over Sei-chan and Tajin-san. It was now past 6 o'clock. Our class started an after-school celebration party. All right, everyone. Have you got your glasses ready? We can't drink alcohol till we're 20. Yuichi stood up as the representative of the group and took the lead, while everyone else just sat down and listened to him. Good job today. Congratulations on our win. Cheers. In a beat, a mix between men and women, the sound "kanpai" erupted loudly. There was a large izakaya near the school in which we rented out a huge tatami room. Note: izakaya is a Japanese pub. As long as you don't order alcohol, I think it's fine for high school students to go into a pub. Why were we able to rent out such a large room, you ask? Well, normal high school students wouldn't be able to rent out such a big room, but there was one particular student who wasn't that normal. Yuichi, thank you for your hard work. It was a good speech, so I took a video of it. Thank you, Kaori, but please delete the video, okay? Also, why are you at this party even though we're in different classes? Yes, Kaori Tajin was seated right next to Yuichi. My, how could you rent this place out without me? That's very nice of you, but wasn't there a party for your class as well? Didn't they place second? It's okay, a party without Yuichi is a party not worth going to. Do you have any friends in your own class? Are you sure you're okay? Thank you for your concern, Yuichi. I'm fine, I can communicate well with the females in my class, but not so much with the men though. So for some reason, Tajin-san was at our class party instead of hers. Well, it's all thanks to Tajin-san that we can even have such a big room with insanely gorgeous and delicious food. If we went the normal route, we would have just ended up in a family diner somewhere. It seems like this restaurant is run by the Tajin group, so we wouldn't need to fork a single penny either. What power and money, as expected from the Tajin group. After the speech, the party went on with everyone being full and separating into different groups to chat among themselves. Yuichi and I didn't move from our seats, nor did Tajin-san, who was sitting next to Yuichi. Everyone was full except for Yuichi, who just kept eating. As expected of Yuichi, you're always eating at your own pace. It's too good to leave behind so casually. There was a lot of leftover food, because there were many meals that were shared by everyone in the room. In the midst of all this, Yuichi ate alone the entire time while talking with Tajin-san. Fufu, I like this kind of Yuichi too. Why yeah. My, did you get embarrassed? I am not embarrassed. They just entered into a world of their own. The reason why there weren't any girls swarming around Yuichi, who was the best player on the team right now, was obviously because Tajin-san was here. However, the only girl who had the courage to face her finally sat down next to him. Good job, Shijimoto-kun. You were extremely cool in today's match. Ah, thank you, Fujis. I'm sorry to say, but you were a lot more impressive than I thought you were. Ahaha, it was nothing compared to Sei-chan though. No, well, Shimada-san is a bit out of the ordinary. Having said that, they both glanced at Sei-chan. I looked over to see that she was surrounded by girls. Shimada-san, you were really great, you were too cool. Oh, thanks. Your form when you took a shot was amazing. I don't know what that was, but you looked extremely cool. When you jumped to block Tajin-san's shot, you looked way more handsome than any of the other boys. Why yeah. A group of colorful girls surrounded Sei-chan and were talking about the match happily. Sei-chan was overwhelmed by the girls' enthusiasm, but smiled a little shyly. It's a little sad I haven't been able to talk to Sei-chan since we came to the party though. Well, it can't be helped. If you were that good, you were bound to be noticed by someone or the other. Kaori was really good, but she just couldn't beat Shimada-san. Whoa, as expected of Yuichi, to step past landmines with such ease. It felt like the temperature had dropped a little bit around Yuichi's area. It's a line I wouldn't dare to touch, but Yuichi touched it so easily with no hesitation whatsoever. Yes, that's right. It was my complete defeat this time. Kaori Tajin had been undefeated in both athletics and her studies. If there was a test in elementary, junior high, or high school, she would have only taken first place and nothing else. In sports, even though she doesn't participate much in any club activities, she still beats the ones who were actively participating in the club. But this time, for the first time in her life, she has been completely defeated in a sporting event. She was indeed a little depressed at that. I didn't expect Shimada-san to go to that level, but if there's a next time, I'll definitely win. Because I'm Kaori Tajin, remember. Tajin-san smiled fearlessly as she said that. That strength and coolness is what Kaori Tajin is all about. Yeah, good luck. Yes, thank you. At Yuichi's words, Tajin-san showed a cute smile. They just entered into their own world again. Shijimoto-kun, you have some rice on your mouth. Oh, really? Where? Over here. Fuji's picked up a grain of rice on Yuichi's cheek with her finger and ate it with a bite. Fufu, cute. She gave a mischievous smile after eating the rice grain as she went up close. Even Yuichi, who was famous for his denseness, blushed as expected. Hey Fuji's, isn't it a bit immodest to eat a grain of rice off a man's cheek? Really? If it was Tajin-san, she would have taken it off Yuichi's cheeks and eaten it too, you know. I won't. If it was me, it would definitely be better to eat it off with your mouth instead. Oh, I'd like to do that too. No. Let's not do that, it's too embarrassing. Yuichi, who was red-faced and stunned, was also torn apart by their conversation. Yuichi put a grain of rice on your other cheek. I'll take it off for you. No, I didn't mean to put it on my cheek on purpose. Besides, the way things are going, you're going to put your mouth directly on my cheek and take it off, won't you? Why shouldn't I? No. It's embarrassing in so many ways. Fufu, that's too bad, Tajin-san. Why do I have to watch the scuffle between the three of them? There was a look on Yuichi's face that looked as if he needed my help in this situation. But I honestly couldn't care less. Chapter 56, Party. Well, I think I'll go to the other group then. With that in mind, I got up with my own glass and walked away from the ongoing shiraba. I wanted to talk to Sei-chan, but she was surrounded by various girls, so it was indeed pretty difficult to talk to her. I always hang out with Yuichi, but I usually talk to other boys as well. It's not like I don't have any friends, but it would be awkward to join any group right now. Hisamura-kun, are you alone? Ahem. I heard a voice calling me out from behind me, and so I turned to see 4 girls looking at me with a grin on their face. 2 of them, if I remember correctly, were the ones who talked to me after my match. Why don't you join us then? Am I really allowed to? I wondered if it was okay for me, a boy, to join a group where there were only girls present in. Don't worry, we were just talking about you, Hisamura-kun. You were talking about me. As I said this, I went over to the group and sat down. It was the 2 girls who talked to me after the game, as well as 2 others who I weren't acquainted with. To be honest, I really can't remember any of their names. I asked Yuichi for the names of the 2 girls who spoke to me after the match. I think that they were Sato and Ito. I really can't tell which one is Sato and which one is Ito by just looking at them though. You performed really well in baseball, didn't you? That was really cool. Especially Godu-chan. She got really excited seeing you play. Hey. The last girl who looked like she was being teased was Godu-san. And Kato-chan said you're cool too. Sasato-san said it as well. Hold up. Why are you guys' names all stuck up together? Sato, Ito, Godu, and Kato? I heard everyone's name, but I will definitely remember it wrong and mix them up. I'm very likely to make a mistake if I try to call out their names here. You were a good pitcher. Did you used to play baseball? One of the girls who talked to me after the baseball game, I think it's Sato-san or Ito-san. Yeah, I used to play it in elementary school. I see. It's surprising that Hisamura-kun is rather athletic. I'd say that's about as good as it gets. That's not the case. You played extremely well. I'd say I'm pretty experienced at the game. There is a huge difference between an experienced player against an amateur. There are a few exceptions though. I said as I looked at Yuichi. Yuichi was still eating whilst being surrounded by those two. Sheesh, you really do eat a lot, don't you? Haha, Shijimoto-kun is a bit special though, isn't he? Shijimoto-kun, has he really never played baseball before? He's so talented in every sport he plays. I don't think it's possible for humans to be so talented, but I guess that's the protagonist of a manga for you. Shijimoto-kun was amazing, but Hisamura-kun was really cool too. If it weren't for you, I don't think the boys would have one either. Thank you. Kato-san and Godu-san told me that, and I thanked them whilst being a little surprised at their praise. We can't play sports with him at all. Yeah, I didn't even get to play a match. We won thanks to Shimada-san after all. As she said that, she looked towards Sei-chan. Sei-chan was still surrounded by the girls and seemed to be having a good time talking to them. Shimada-san, you were really cool. Yeah, I really thought I was going to fall in love with you. If I were a girl, I would have fallen in love instantly. You are a girl. I said this as the girls looked at Sei-chan with a slightly smitten look in their eyes. Let's stop for a moment. I'm happy that you guys think she's awesome and cool, but it makes me nervous to see that you guys are in love with her. With the way you blurted out, it was so cool, I feel like you were serious about it. I want girls to not be a rival against me here. As we were talking about this, the topic of our conversation changed again. Hey, Hisamura-kun, is there someone you like? Someone I like. I thought while giving a troubled expression. Of course there is. When you ask that question to me, I can't think of anyone other than Sei-chan. But what if I said that I like Sei-chan here? They will definitely badger me for more details. It's a secret that Sei-chan and I are dating, so it would be annoying to let it out here. But I don't know if I can answer that I don't like anyone here either. I guess so. I decided to answer honestly. I felt like it would be wrong to answer no here. I said I guess, but I don't mean that lightly at all. I was serious as hell when I said that. Really? I didn't expect Hisamura-kun to have someone you like. As I expected from a high school girl, she was very interested in other people's love stories. All of them rolled their eyes in surprise, and then at once all their eyes lit up. Who? Is it a girl from our class? A girl from another class, or maybe a girl from the same club as you? I knew she'd ask for more details. I don't know what to do, but I can't honestly answer that it's Sei-chan. I'm not in a club, so. Oh really, so someone from our class. Well, that's a secret. When I said it was a secret, the girls made a sound as if they were bored of my response, but their faces still lit up. You can't just say that out of the blue. Boo. I wanted you to tell me that when you joined us. Fine, we'll guess. Tell us if we got it right then. When one of them said that, they all tried to guess who I liked. I haven't even said if I'd tell you if you got it right. Give me a hint. Aren't you asking for a hint too soon? No one even took any guesses yet. It's fine, hint. Hisamura-kun, give us a hint. Even if it's called a hint. Well then, she's extremely cute. Is that so? So you're the type to go for looks? Not really. It's just that the girl I happened to fall in love with happened to be the world's cutest girl. Kaya. The girls who heard what I said let out a shriek. What's wrong? You're serious? You like her that much, huh, Hisamura-kun? I couldn't help but express my true feelings out loud, and it was surprisingly exciting to let it out for once. I could feel the stares coming from the people in the class around me. Sei-chan was. Hey, Shimada-san, what's wrong? Your face is getting really red. Shimada-san, are you okay? Do you have a fever? And no, it's fine. The girls around her pointed out that her face was red. I don't know what's going on, but I'm getting pretty worried too. After all, after working so hard on a basketball game, you'd naturally get tired, right? Well. You didn't fall in love with her because of her looks then. Yeah, well, I like her face a lot too. Fufu, what a treat. Then what kind of person is she? I didn't expect to be questioned so much. It was either Sato-san or Ito-san who asked me that, but the other three seemed to want to hear my response too. Well, I guess it's okay. They won't know that it's Sei-chan anyways. I'll blurt out a little bit. Well, I guess the part where the person is incredibly friend-oriented. Really? What part made you notice the trait? It's hard to explain. But it's like when she's willing to push aside her feelings for her friend and even muster a kind smile during tough times. Wow, I don't know who it is, but she must be incredibly nice. Yeah, it's hard to explain when you must censor certain things out. But the girls seemed to be satisfied with my answer, and their eyes were still shining. Shimada-san, what's wrong? And no, it's too much for me right now. Hi. I glanced at Sei-chan, and for some reason, she was covering her face with her hands, probably to prevent me from seeing her face. I wonder what's going on. I was looking at Sei-chan with that in mind when she peeked her eyes through the gap between her hands. A moment later, our eyes met. I could see her bright red face, and her moist eyes glared at me a little. Sei-chan quickly hid her face again to remove the gaze. That reaction. Did you hear what I just said, Sei-chan? But the distance between me and Sei-chan is pretty far. I don't think you should be able to actually hear from that distance. I don't know anymore. I guess Sei-chan is just physically more capable than the rest of us. I think she could hear us because she had better hearing or something. But I can't be so sure here. Hey, Hisamura-kun, give us a few more hints. I guess. Rather than a hint, I want to hear Hisamura-kun's thoughts on that person. You changed the direction of the question, didn't you? What should I do? While answering the girls' questions, I'd like to see if Sei-chan can hear me too. Do you guys have a sweet tooth? I think almost every girl has a sweet tooth. I guess you're right. But I don't know, the person I like doesn't really look like she likes them. But she looks so cute when she's eating something sweet and delicious. Really? It didn't really seem to resonate well with them. Maybe it's because I love Sei-chan so much that I have a disease that makes me think anything is cute. At any rate, I looked at Sei-chan and saw. I like salty food too. Shimada-san, why did you suddenly start eating the remaining potatoes? Could she actually hear me? When I told them that she liked eating sweet things, she immediately started eating salty things. I can't hear Sei-chan's voice, so I can't really tell, but I can see that her cheeks are a little red. I'm not sure if she can really hear me or not. I wonder who Hisamura-kun likes. It's hard to tell, even with all these clues. The girls were trying to guess who I liked after all those hints. Just so you know, even if you managed to get her name right, I won't tell you if you got it. Why? It's embarrassing. To be honest, I'm not really that embarrassed about it. I'm not ashamed to tell people about my love for her after all. But she doesn't like telling others that we're dating, so I guess it's best to hold back for now. Chapter 57. The both of us got out. After that, the girls asked me a lot of questions about who I liked, but I just answered them appropriately. It was a little difficult to hide the fact that it was Sei-chan and to talk about her without them knowing, but I might have had a little fun talking about my love life with them. As I was talking to them with this in mind, I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. While Sato-san, Kato-san, and the others were talking, I pulled out my phone and looked at the screen to see that a RINE message had arrived. Is it Sei-chan? I glanced at Sei-chan for a moment. Just like before, she was conversing with the girls, but in her hand she held a phone that wasn't there before. I wonder if she sent me a message. I opened RINE to see that I received a message from her. Let's meet up and talk after this. I tried really hard to resist the grin from appearing on my face. I didn't expect her to ask me out on a date after this. I'll get right back to you soon. Sure, you want to go now? As I sent it, I saw Sei-chan looking at the screen of her phone out of the corner of my eye. It was read immediately and a reply came. I'm fine. But it seems like you're in the middle of something. Did you hear our conversation, Sei-chan? I don't think she could tell if I was in the middle of something or not without hearing our conversation. No, I think it's because earlier when I was answering what I liked about Sei-chan, Sato-san and the others were shouting and getting really excited. Maybe that's what she heard. I want to get out of here now so I can talk to Sei-chan. My reply was immediately read as if the chat was left open. HMMM. Shimada-san, what's wrong? And no, it's nothing, I just choked a little. Sorry. I heard Sei-chan choked a little. I wonder if she's okay. All right, I'll meet at the park nearby, is that fine? Copy that, I'll leave first. Sei-chan should leave a few minutes later. Okay, I'll be there soon. I looked at the message and put my phone back in my pocket. All right, let's get out of here. I think I'll head home now. I said that to the girls as I stood up. Isn't it too early? It's not even 8 yet. Yeah, let's talk some more. I'm thankful that they wanted to talk with me more, but I'd rather talk with Sei-chan instead. I'd been itching to talk with Sei-chan for the entire party. I'm sorry, but my sister is going to be very upset if I don't leave soon. You have a sister. Ah yeah, I also have a cute sister. Haha, so you're a siskin huh? Hisamura-kun. I guess so. Sorry, I had a good time today. I'll see you tomorrow at school. I was afraid they would ask me about Rink, so I just quickly said goodbye and left. My luggage was placed where Yuyuichi, Tajin-san and Fuji's were sitting. Yuyuichi is still eating wholeheartedly. Tsukasa, leaving already. Ah yeah, I'm tired so I'm just heading home early. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye, Hisamura-kun. See you tomorrow. Hisamura-kun. Yeah, see you tomorrow. After saying a quick goodbye to the three of them, I grabbed my luggage and left. There was something about the way Tajin-san and Fuji's glanced in different directions and said goodbye that seemed like they hinted something within those words that bothered me, but oh well. As I left the large tatami room, I glanced over at Sei-chan and our eyes met. I nodded slightly as if to tell her that I was waiting for her with a look, and Sei-chan also nodded as if to say, okay. I wonder if I'm the only one who gets happy about little things like this. Even though it was getting warmer in May, the nights were still pretty chilly. But it was not that cold, it was more of a pleasantly cool feeling. A short walk away from the store, there was a rather large park. I went over there and bought 2 hot drinks from a nearby vending machine. I got a cup of coffee that's not too sweet while buying a cup of cocoa. I bought the 2 drinks and sat down on a bench, looking up at the sky and waiting for Sei-chan. The sky was cloudless, so I could see the stars and the moon clearly. Maybe it's bright enough to see the surroundings without the streetlights in the park. Man, I can't wait for Sei-chan to get here. I glanced at the screen of my phone to check the time. It's been 5 minutes since I left the store, and she still hasn't come yet. It's been 10 minutes and she still hasn't come. I thought we agreed that she would leave a few minutes after I left, but what happened? Could it be that I've been tricked? I thought for a moment, but there was no way Sei-chan would do something so trifling. If it's Yuyuichi, he might send me a RINE if he couldn't make it. But Sei-chan definitely wouldn't do that, and she will come. So I waited with faith that she wouldn't leave me. After about 15 minutes, Sei-chan arrived. Sei-chan came into the park running a bit, looking like she was in a hurry. Sei-chan was looking around with an impatient expression, but breathed a sigh of relief when she spotted me sitting on the bench. I thought even that gesture of hers was cute, and my cheeks relaxed naturally. I'm sorry I'm late. I know it's an excuse, but the people I was talking with wouldn't let me go. Don't worry, I just got here. No, definitely not. You went out 10 minutes ago. Haha, I guess that's true. Geez. Sei-chan laughed lightly at my joke. Not that I minded at all, but she seemed a little bothered that she was late. She took a breath and sat down next to me. Her appearance lit up by the gentle moonlight as her beautiful silver hair shone brightly. Just by having her sitting next to me, the scenery looks like a picturesque fantasy world. As I stared at her, she tilted her head curiously. Her silver hair shone in the moonlight as it swayed, and even that was too beautiful to resist looking at. What's up, Hisamura? No, as usual. I just thought you were beautiful, Sei-chan. Huh, why so suddenly? Sei-chan looked embarrassed and tucked a strand of hair that was hanging down over her ear. I don't know, but it's extremely scary because everything she does makes it look like a work of art. Sei-chan here. I handed her the cocoa I had bought earlier. What's this? Cocoa. Is it fine? Yeah, it might have gotten a little cold though. Thanks, it's fine, it's my fault for being late. How much did it cost? It's all right. But, it's fine, why don't we have a toast? I turned my canned drink towards Sei-chan. I did a toast on Yuichi's call earlier, but it wasn't with Sei-chan. We couldn't even click our drinks since we were so far apart. When I pointed the can of coffee at her, she giggled and opened the can of cocoa. Ah, thank you. Thank you for your hard work today, Hisamura. Good work today too, Sei-chan. Me and Sei-chan made a toast and took a sip. Congratulations on winning the basketball tournament, Sei-chan. If I were to talk to her about anything today, it would be about the match. Oh, thank you. Congratulations on your win at the end too. The pitcher at the end was pretty strong. Is your arm and shoulder okay? I cooled down properly, so I'm fine. I think I threw more than 100 pitches in total, but I think I'm okay. I threw really hard in the game right after Sei-chan cheered me on, but the rest of the time I just threw as hard as I could. Well, that's good to know. You were pretty cool. Oh, thank you. I didn't expect to be praised straight to my face, so I choked at her words. Sei-chan didn't even look at me, she just glanced at me. But even in this dark place, I could see that Sei-chan's cheeks were a little red. As if to hide our embarrassment, Sei-chan and I took a sip at almost the exact same time. You were really cool too, Sei-chan, especially the match with Tajin-san. Compared to Sei-chan's coolness, I'm probably as cool as a dwarf. The match against Tajin-san was really too cool. Both boys and girls were crazy over Sei-chan and Tajin-san. Sei-chan's popularity among the girls was especially amazing. It was thanks to you that I was able to defeat Tajin-san. I didn't do anything. Yesterday and the day before, you accompanied me to basketball practice. Thanks to you, we were able to beat Tajin. Welcome. Oh no, I feel like I'm being seduced by Sei-chan. She's so cool, I can't even look at her face directly. I was the only one who was embarrassed, because Sei-chan was smiling without any embarrassment, as if she was saying thank you in a very normal way. My heart was pounding so hard, I can't help but think what if Sei-chan next to me could hear it. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 58. A private party. Oh, by the way, Sei-chan, you were surrounded by girls at the party earlier. But after the game, you were still amazing, weren't you? I blatantly changed the subject, but it was the only way to keep my composure. After that game, Sei-chan was being talked to like crazy not only by the girls in her class, but also by girls from the other classes. She's like an idol now. Whenever Sei-chan spoke, the crowd cheered, Kaya, and even words like wave to me. Yeah, I'm flattered, but I have no clue how to react to that. Haha, I guess you were a bit troubled with that. Sei-chan, who was chatting with the girls, gave awkward smiles in return. Well, that smile was fresh and cute too. Well, if you said that, Hisamura was also pretty popular with the girls. It's me. Yes, even at the party earlier. You were surrounded by girls. They were just girls who helped me when I was wandering around. To be honest, it was a great help that they picked me up when I ran away from where Yuichi and the others were. But I'm pretty apologetic that I still can't match their names with here faces. I remember they were called Sato-san, Ito-san, Godu-san, and Kato-san though. During today's match, before we fought, me and Tajin decided on a punishment game. Is that so? She suddenly changed the topic. What happened earlier? Ah, a simple punishment game where the loser does what the winner says. So the punishment Tajin-san wanted when she won was to have me announce my relationship with you. Why? The nature of the punishment made me voice a simple question, too. I wonder why Tajin-san decided to pick that punishment. For Tajin-san, hiding the fact that we're dating doesn't make sense. She also said that it would be easier to flirt in public. That's pretty tempting. I couldn't help but mutter that at the mention of flirting. Then, Sei-chan blushed a little on her cheeks and furrowed her brow as if she was thinking for a moment. Of course, I won, so that punishment is gone, but I'm willing to go public with it, if Hisamura really wants to. Really? Sei-chan said it would be embarrassing to make it public, so we haven't told anyone but our closest friends that we're dating. It was my selfishness that originally made me not want to reveal it in the first place. And as Tajin-san said, it's certainly more beneficial to go public. What are the advantages? You know, flirting. It was cute of Sei-chan to say that so shyly, but she was in a serious mood now, so I decided not to make fun of her. By going public, I could also keep everyone else at bay. She said apologetically, as if she was a little depressed all of a sudden. I see. This is probably the reason why Sei is unsure about her choice to go public. It's very surprising, but Sei-chan was actually jealous. The way she looked at the girl who came up to me after the baseball game, and the way she seemed to be concerned about me talking to her at the party earlier. To be honest, I'm insanely happy that she's jealous. I am so happy that I can grow wings and fly around and dance. But it's no good if the cost of that is making Sei-chan feel bad or anxious. I'm insanely happy that Sei-chan is jealous of me, but my absolute priority is to stop her from feeling that way. And I, of course, would be deathly jealous, or rather insecure, if I saw Sei-chan being courted by another boy. That's a problem we both need to resolve. You don't want to announce it, do you, Sei-chan? Yes, I do. The reason I don't want to go public is partly because I'm embarrassed, but more importantly, I'd rather keep it carefully tucked away and keep it to myself rather than show it off to others. What the heck is that? Too happy and too cute. I didn't think that Sei-chan thought that way about me. When I was exclaiming in surprise and happiness, Sei-chan also huffed and her face turned red. Oh no, I mean that was a figure of speech. I don't think of Hisamura as a belonging. It's all right, Sei-chan. If this continues, we'll both collapse. We'll both die of embarrassment. Both my face and Sei-chan's were turning red, so I took a deep breath and calmed down. I thought for a moment as I took some deep breaths. I finally understand what Sei-chan feels about me. Sei-chan cares about me, and I'm very, very happy about that. That's why she didn't want to tell anyone else that we were dating. She wanted to keep me to herself. I got more happy and embarrassed as I organized my thoughts. Relax, don't destroy yourself, me. Sei-chan doesn't want to tell anyone because she cares about you. However, Sei-chan is surprisingly jealous, so when she sees me talking to other girls, she gets anxious. I guess Sei-chan is suffering a little from that dilemma. I have to get rid of it for Sei-chan's sake. I guess that's simple to do. Sei-chan, I have a suggestion. What is it? It's okay to go public, but we don't need to announce that we're dating. What do you mean? So I think it's okay for me and Sei-chan to announce that we're dating someone, but we don't have to say who it is. I think what Sei-chan doesn't like is that I'm being targeted by other girls. I'm not sure if they were really aiming for me or not, but I guess that's what it looks like from Sei-chan's view. I definitely wouldn't like it if I saw Sei-chan being wooed by another boy either. Then you can just tell others that they don't have a chance anymore. If you let people know that you have a boyfriend or girlfriend, you feel a little more comfortable. If someone asks me who I'm dating, I'll just tell them it's a secret and that's it. Yeah, that's a good idea. And if you answer that it's a secret, we also get a bonus that it's a secret between just the two of us, which is kinda nice. I can't really explain it, but I like the feeling of sharing a secret between two lovers. It's like a treasure to me. When I say that, Sei-chan's eyes widen and then her cheeks relax happily. Yes, it is. It's very, very nice. Well, some people know we're together, so it's not like it's a complete secret between us. Fufu, I guess it will be a secret between us. Shiho, Tajin, and Shijimoto too. Sei-chan showed a cute smile as she said that. Yeah, I still like you better when you smile like that, Sei-chan. As my cheeks slackened at the thought, Sei-chan smiled even more gently. Thank you, Tsukasa. Nah, it's no big deal. Wait, what? I stopped mid-sentence. When I stare at her with my eyes round, she laughs mischievously. Fufu, what's wrong, Tsukasa? No, my name. What about your name? Your name is Tsukasa, right? That's not fair, Sei-chan. I couldn't help but smile as Sei-chan did me in. I didn't expect to hear my name called here. I can't help but notice that my face was turning a little red. Fufu, I've always been on the receiving end of the attacks. It feels nice to retaliate for once. I see. So does it mean it's fun to be on the receiving end too, Sei-chan? No, that's not what I mean. What did you mean then? Cool. Sei-chan glared at me sharply, but her cheeks were red, so I wasn't frightened. It was rather cute, is all I can say. I still love to see more of Sei-chan's adorable reactions. I don't mind being done back, though. Of course, I'm not going to tell that to Sei-chan. Chapter 59. The night of the party. Phew. I soaked in the bath and sighed at how good it felt. I haven't worked as hard as today for quite a while, so this bath time was quite comfortable. However, I probably exerted myself too much for today's match alone, so I won't be exerting myself so much anytime soon. We won the tournament, so we had a class party afterwards. For some reason, Tajin-san, our closest competitor, rented out the restaurant for us, so it was a very grand party for just some high school students. I often talked to other girls as well, but I just hung out with Shiho most of the time. It was a nice and fresh experience, but I couldn't help but be at edge during the whole party. My boyfriend, Hisamura, was talking to a group of girls the entire time. Moreover, some of them had said that they were going after Hisamura, so it was natural for me to be concerned with that. But as far as the conversation goes, I recalled what Hisamura said, and so I can't help but blush at that. That guy, he's not shy about telling others about that kind of stuff. I was a bit nervous when he said that he liked someone. I thought he might say that we were dating. But he didn't tell them that. Instead, he made them realize that their love was unrequited. I was so happy to hear that I had to fight off the grin coming onto my face. I even had a secret rendezvous with him after the party, in a nearby park. I was a little nervous contacting him to meet up through RINE. It's hard to imagine him refusing, but he seems to be surrounded by girls, and it looked like he was enjoying talking to them. I wondered what would happen if he refused, but my fears were unfounded. He responded right away and said he would like to talk with me. I saw the reply and resisted grinning instantly. I want to congratulate myself for putting up with it so well at that time, because I'm grinning right now just thinking about it. But if I had to voice a regret, it's that I made Hisamura wait even though I invited him myself. There was no excuse. The girls around me refused to let me leave. I apologized profusely, but Hisamura didn't seem the least bit concerned with that. With that, the secret party started, with just the two of us this time round. We started it off by talking about today's tournament, which then went on to the punishment game from Tajin-san. It was then when I confided in him what was worrying me the whole match. Should we reveal our relationship to others or not? I was more jealous than I expected when I saw Hisamura being wooed by another girl. Tajin-san had done a lot of things to keep women away from Shijimoto, and now I can understand a little of what she was feeling. I was still worried. What if the person I liked was taken by another girl? I probably wouldn't feel like this if Hisamura talked to any other girl. But this girl was the one who declared that she was aiming for him. That's probably why I felt so jealous and insecure. As for me, I want to keep my relationship with Hisamura a secret. I want it to be a secret between us, to be a treasure of sorts. However, if I do that, other girls would make passes at him constantly. I thought that if I was going to have such anxious thoughts, I might as well make it public. When I told him everything, he took care of my feelings of wanting to hide our relationship, and even offered suggestions to help alleviate my insecurities. It's true that if we both announced that we were dating someone and kept who it was a secret, it could stop us from being wooed by other people. It was a simple solution that had never occurred to me. He was extremely considerate to me and gave a very good solution in return. He was kind, dependable, and cute. I love you, Tsukasa. As I soaked in the bath and relaxed my cheeks, my heart involuntarily spilled out those words. If this had spilled out in front of Tsukasa, I probably would have been dyed red and blurted out a bunch of excuses in return. I'm not sure what excuse I can make for saying, I love you out loud though. But now I get to have my own alone time. It doesn't feel that bad to mutter about your boyfriend, or rather, it feels quite nice. Alright, I must inform Tajin-san about the punishment game. I suddenly recalled that, after going back to my room and looking at my phone, when she and Tsukasa were having a chat, the topic came up and I asked Tsukasa what kind of punishment he would like to give her. The entire match was just me trying my best not to be punished, so I haven't really thought of a punishment for her. Tajin-san was the one who proposed the punishment game, so it would be impossible for me to come up with a punishment there and then. So I consulted Tsukasa to come up with a punishment together. With that, Tsukasa came up with a very good punishment. Of course, ethics is out of question. It was a punishment that had her do something good. But for Tajin-san, it must be extremely humiliating. I'll have to RINE Tajin-san to tell her that. Tajin-san and I had exchanged our RINEs when we started eating lunch together. But this will be the first message I actually sent to her, since we never necessarily had to message each other about anything. I opened her contact and typed it in. Tajin-san, hello. I hope you haven't forgotten about the punishment game, have you now? The punishment has been decided. I typed and sent it to her. As expected, I didn't receive a reply right away, but it did say she was online 5 minutes ago. Of course I remember, so what's the punishment? I grimaced as I wrote down the details of the punishment. I can already see Tajin-san's face in my mind. The punishment will either be on Saturday or Sunday. Sent and read immediately. It's been a while since it's been read, and I finally got a response. I can't believe you're making me do that. You're really good. I wonder if this is something you came up with on your own. No, it was mostly Hisamura's idea. As soon as he heard about the punishment game, he immediately came up with this. I'll be honest here. Hisamura's first name is Tsukasa, but I'll only call Tsukasa by his first name when it's just the two of us, of course, just like when Tsukasa calls me, Sei-chan, when we're alone together. I knew it. All right, can we do it on Saturday? I'll clear my schedule. Yes, have fun with your punishment game. If I'm going to do this, I'll do this for real. And that's where our RINE ended. Chapter 60. The Promised Punishment Game. It was Saturday, the week of the match. It's a Saturday and Sunday, are days where I can take it easy and sleep in since there's usually nothing special going on during the weekend. But today, I woke up a little bit earlier than usual. It was because I had an important errand to run. It's an errand I'm both looking forward to and also slightly dreading at the same time. It's about 80% fun and 20% scary. Fua, good morning, Rink. When I went down to the living room, I saw that Rink was already up and ready and was in the middle of making breakfast. She had a side tail that was tied up with a scrunchie. Morning, Oni-chan. You're up unexpectedly early today. I've got things to do today, so you don't need to make lunch for me. I already told her that last night, but I'll just say it again to be safe. Yeah, I remember. Then maybe I'll go out to eat too. It's been a while. Did you have any plans today, Rink? Well, no, I don't have any plans to hang out with my friends, and I've already finished my homework. Well, why don't you come out with me today then? Aren't you going on a date with Sei-chan, Oni-chan? No, Sei-chan is part of the group, but it's not a date. You mean it's just a hangout between good friends? If that's the case, I'd feel even more awkward if I went with you. It's not exactly a hangout either. What the hell are you doing then? Cooking training. Sei-chan can't cook. That's surprising. I thought she could. No, Sei-chan can do it very well. The problem is a friend of hers. I'm talking about teaching her how to cook. How about it, will you come too? When I told her, Rink's face looked a little lost. Are you sure you want me to go? Won't I be in your way? You won't be a hindrance, besides, you're a good cook, so I'm sure you'll be welcomed there. I am not that good. No. You always make me such delicious meals every day. Anyone can do that. If anyone could do it, a person named Fuji's wouldn't exist in this world. She's the kind of person where even Sei-chan, who loves her so much, can't help but need to spoon-feed her everything about cooking. So, what do you think? I'm not forcing you to come, of course. If Sei-chan and her friends fine with it, sure. Okay, I'll contact them then. Also, in addition to Sei-chan and her friend, there's also one other person joining us. Who? Is it Shijimoto-san, the one who came to our house before? No, it's an Ajusama. Ajusama. The only word that comes to mind, that fits her perfectly, is Ajusama. Afterwards, I used RINE to ask if my sister, Rink, could come to today's training. I also told them that she could help out too since she was a pretty good cook. Sei-chan immediately gave an okay since she met Rink before, whilst Fuji's immediately agreed saying, I'd be glad to be taught by her. And the Ajusama also seems to be fine with it. When I told Rink everyone agreed, she was half glad and half anxious. I'm glad, but will it be okay? Won't I get in the way? Don't worry, Rink is a good girl and a really good cook. I pat her head to reassure her even further. Oh wait, Oni-chan, why are you patting my head? No, I just think it's cute seeing how anxious Rink looks right now. That's not a proper reason. Rink scurries away from my hand, as if she were escaping something. So, what time do we leave? I think they will come pick us up around 11. Pick us up, what do you mean? Well, I guess you should just look forward to it. Rink didn't seem to understand what was going to happen, but she still got ready for 11. Of course she didn't wear any sort of uniform or formal clothes, she just wore some casual clothes. She wore a tight red shirt with a beautiful white cardigan, and underneath that was a black skirt that fit just above her knees. It's a very simple but pretty outfit, and it suits Rink very well. She also wore some red shoes with slightly higher heels to match her current outfit. Rink, you look very cute. That looks really good on you. Thanks. Rink's cheeks reddened slightly. As if to hide her embarrassment, she pulled her hair over her ears. She had a side tail just like her usual look, but her clothes gave off a different impression than usual. I was also wearing some casual clothes, of course. I wore some dark jeans and a white shirt with a jacket over it. I feel like I was fretting over my outfit a bit, but this will be what I was going to be wearing. As soon as the clock struck 11, we left the house. Sorry to keep you waiting, Hisamura-kun and his sister. Nah, we didn't wait that long. Is that so? Glad to hear it. Get in. In front of our house was the Ajusama, Tajin-san, and right behind her was a limousine. While the limousine was completely black in color, Tajin-san had a pure white-looking dress. She was wearing a large black belt around her waist, which showcased the slenderness of her hips and made her body look even more slender-like than usual. Her golden hair flowed gracefully, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that the word Ajusama could not be more appropriate for her outfit. Is this a limousine? Yeah, that's the kind of reaction you get when you see something like this for the first time. I was also pretty surprised when I saw it parked just right outside the front of the house for the first time. Well, I did read the original with the knowledge that Tajin-san was extremely wealthy, so I was probably less surprised than Rink. Hisamura-kun's sister, your name is Rink, I believe. How do you do? I'm Kaori Tajin. To Tajin-san, Rink glanced at me with a sense of trepidation. Even if you were in a lower grade, as long as you went to the same school, you would have definitely heard about Kaori Tajin. With a nervous look on her face, Rink returned the greeting. And nice to meet you. I'm Rink Hisamura. My brother has been indebted to you. No, I owe him so much. I owe him much more than I can repay him. Rink widened her eyes in surprise. It must have never occurred that Tajin-san would have a debt towards her brother. I mean, I'm surprised too. What does she owe me? What did I do? You're showing a face that says that you don't remember anything, Hisamura-kun. I'm sorry. But did Tajin-san really owe me anything? It was at the amusement park. You blew the ice between us. You're talking about that. It was about the amusement park date that day, when Tajin-san didn't interfere with Fuji's and Yuichi on their date. Surely, if I hadn't been there, Yuichi would have been taken away from her. But it was just me stepping out of line. So it was pretty presumptuous of me to have her owe me anything. You don't have to keep that in mind. It's just something I did selfishly for myself. Thanks to your selfishness, I still have a chance in the race, as well as a better relationship with my father. Oh right, I interfered in the relationship with Tajin-san, and her father too. Now that I think about it, I did something pretty risky that day. Fufu, I still have a lot more to list, but I'll refrain for now. You should get in the car, both of you. Yeah, thanks. Sorry for intruding. Rink and I entered a very expensive and luxurious limousine. It's making us feel very uncomfortable and out of place. The chairs in the limousine are much softer and so much more comfortable than any couch, but it somehow also felt uncomfortable at the same time. I wondered if Rink felt the same. She also had a backrest, but rather than leaning on it, she straightened her posture instead. Tajin-san, who chuckled at the scene, spoke to Rink. You can make yourself comfortable here. After this, we're going to stop by Fuji's and Shimada-san's place for quite a while, so you'll get tired if you stay so stiff for so long. Thank you, Tajin-senpai. Fufu, I'm happy that you called me senpai. I never had anyone I could actually call kuhai, so I'm glad you called me senpai. You can call me by my first name, Kaori. Are you sure? Can I call you Rink-san too? Of course, Kaori-senpai. I'm honored. Nice to meet you, Rink-san. Oh, I didn't expect Tajin-san to have such a good impression of Rink. I was a little worried about letting these two meet at first. It was because in the original story, they had a cat and dog type of relationship. In the original story, Rink met Tajin-san while she was in love with Yuichi, so they started off on the wrong foot. The way they called each other by their first name was unheard of in the original story. This feels a little strange knowing how their relationship was like in the original story. Well, the current Rink doesn't love Yuichi now. I don't know what will happen anymore. You cook every day. That's amazing. It's not a big deal. I'm used to it. I'm sure it took a lot of effort to get there, even if you're used to it. That's amazing. Thank you. They are having a nice conversation right now. This was a scene that never appeared in the original story. I'm not sure what the future holds for us all, but them getting along shouldn't be a bad thing for anyone. As Rink's older brother, I'm happy to see Rink get along with so many people. Ah, but getting along with men is bad though, especially Yuichi. If she falls for Yuichi, she would be another losing heroine. So she definitely shouldn't do that. You're so cute. It's such a shame you're Hisamura-kun's sister. Why don't you become mine? Hold up, why are you hitting on my sister? That came out of nowhere. Did you like Rink that much? I'm surprised. Didn't you just meet each other 10 minutes ago? I'm a single child, so I've always wished I had a sister desperately. I see. Yeah, I know this because it was mentioned in the original story. So if you become my sister, wouldn't that just solve everything? That doesn't make any sense. It's true that Rink is a very pretty girl and has a really nice personality, but Rink is my sister. So what do you think, Rink-san? You were serious. When I asked her that, she gave me a smile in return. No, which is it? I have no idea at all. If she was serious, no matter what Tajin-san does, I'll never let her take her away from me. That's what I thought as I was about to interject in the conversation. I'm sorry, Kaori-senpai, but I'm a part of the Hisamura family and the soul sister of Oni-chan. Rink said as she looked down, not making eye contact with either me or Tajin-san. But I could see her cheeks slowly being dyed a red hue. Rink, that was so incredibly nice to hear. I'm so glad. It's because Oni-chan can't live by himself. I'm certain he would die off if I wasn't there to take care of him. No, that can't be the main reason, right? Oh, of course. I suddenly felt very depressed. But maybe it's just Rink's personality, maybe that's why she said that. Ha, that's so cute. I'm lucky to have a sister like her. Oh, Oni-chan, why do you have such a smug look on your face? No, it's nothing. I just thought that Rink was very cute. Babaka, you're making fun of me. No, of course not. Why would Oni-chan make fun of you? You have a smug look on your face right now. Oni-chan no baka. It can't be helped, my mouth loosened up looking at her. Rink was just that cute. Ara, Rink-san is also pretty good at flirting right in front of me. I am not flirting with Baka Oni-chan. Foo, I wish I had a sister like Rink-san. I envy you, Hisamura-kun. Foo, Rink won't do this to anyone else, not even Tajin-san. When I said that, Tajin-san grinned at me. What is it? She looks like she's up to something. It seems like we're about to arrive at Shimada-san's house. Fuji seems to be with her too, so we're all here. Why yeah, I guess so. I feel something scary. Is she going to do something to us? I don't know what she's going to do, and I have no way of actually stopping her. Chapter 61, in the limousine. After that conversation, the limousine stopped smoothly at our stop. As expected of a first-class driver. Tajin-san left the limousine to pick up Sei-chan and Fuji's. The limousine door opened, and the three of them appeared before our eyes. Wah, a limousine. I have never actually been in one before. I mean, this is my first time too, but that's Tajin-san for you. Both Fuji's and Sei-chan were surprised by the limousine too. Rink-chan, right? Yes, I'm Rink Hisamura. Nice to meet you. I'm Shiho Fuji's. Nice to meet you. You can just call me Shiho. Understood, Shiho-senpai. Rink and Fuji's greeted each other as they had never met each other before. Fuji's was wearing a blue blouse with some white shorts, a very spring-like outfit, super fresh and cute. Fuji's is very friendly to others, so anyone would get to know her really quickly. Good morning, Sei-ch, Shimada-san. Good morning, Hisamura. Since we're around the group, we can call each other that, but be careful in the future. Haha, sorry, Sei-chan. I'll be careful next time. Sei-chan gave me a scowl because I called her that in front of them with no hesitation whatsoever. It's awfully cute to look at, but I'll have to be careful not to say that too much too. Sei-chan's outfit today is so cute that it's painful to look at. She didn't have her stomach showing like the previous date at the amusement park, but even without that, Sei-chan was still extremely cute. She was wearing dark jeans just like me, and since Sei-chan had long, thin legs, it looked really great on her. Short pants or skirts. I want to see Sei-chan wearing one of them one day, but I think I might die with how much cuteness she'd radiate. I'll have to be careful. The top is a simple pale gray sweater, very large and fluffy, which looks lovely on her. The neck area is a little bit loose, so I'm worried I might see something I'm not supposed to. I don't think I will though. Sei-chan, that looks great on you. You're so cute. I said in a quiet voice next to Sei-chan's ear so that no one else could hear my words. Thank you. Sei-chan blushed and thanked me, covering her mouth with her hand. Even that gesture of hers is cute. Everyone got onto the limousine, and so we left. Rink seemed to have become nervous again after meeting Fuji's. But after talking to her a little, she immediately felt at ease. Fuji's has the personality that can get along with anyone, that's for sure. I didn't know that you had such a cute sister. Hisamura-kun. I am not that cute. I didn't tell Fuji's, but I'm really proud of her. You can't have her Fuji's. I'm not saying I really want one, but she's so cute I might just want one myself. Fuji's then proceeded to hug her. Azu, ew. Rink froze, having trouble reacting to this sudden situation. Shiho, Rink's looking really troubled. I'm sorry, Rink-chan. And no, I'm fine. Rink, Shiho isn't a bad person. She just likes pretty girls and can be a disappointment sometimes, so please forgive her. Sei-chan, don't introduce me like that. Foo-foo. Rink laughed modestly as she watched the exchange between Sei-chan and Fuji's. But Rink-chan is such a nice girl. I want her as a sister too. I agree, Tajin-san. But when I asked her earlier if she wanted to be my little sister, she rejected me. What did you say you did? Tajin-san, don't annoy Rink-chan too much. Hearing Tajin-san's words, Sei-chan said in dismay. Tajin-san grinned. Just like earlier, it looks like she's up to something. That's why I'm jealous of you, Hisamura-kun. Hey, Fuji-san, you're an only child, right? Yes, I'm an only child unlike Sei-chan, who has an older brother. Yeah, I wish I had a sister like Rink though. Even Sei-chan. It seems like Rink is getting some sort of a harem. Rink's face turned red listening to the conversation. She looks so cute. Everyone seems to like Rink, but Rink is still my sister. Ah, I envy you too, Shimada-san. Ahem. You mean me having an older brother? No, the fact that Rink will eventually be your little sister, right? Wait, what do you mean? The moment Sei-chan was about to ask her back, her face turned red as she realized what it meant. I also simultaneously put my hand over my face to cover up the redness emerging on my face. Damn it, Tajin-san was going for that, huh? I don't know how long it will take. Maybe a year from now at the earliest. We're only sophomores, so we're 17 years old. The earliest Sei-chan would be able to get Rink as a sister would be at 18, which would cause a lot of damage to me. It must be nice having such a nice girl like Rink as a sister. Why? Sei-chan glanced at me, her face dyed a scarlet red. Stop it, Sei-chan, you're making me even more nervous at this rate. What a formidable plan. It's damaging to both me and Sei-chan. With Rink present here, it makes it even harder for us to deny it. If Sei-chan denied it, it would make it seem like she didn't want Rink as a sister. Ni, Fuji-san. I'm also really envious of you. Fufu, good job, Sei-chan. W, what are you saying, Shiho? That's right, Fuji's would have normally been on her side. Sei-chan looked at me as if she were pleading for help. But I have a feeling that if I say anything, it would just make the situation worse. Would Rink be happy if she got Sei-chan as a Oni-chan? Shiho, what are you asking her? Fufu, yes. That would make me extremely happy. Rink, you too? Rink, of course, understood the flow of the room and jumped ships as soon as possible. Rink got embarrassed by us earlier and is trying to enact revenge by embarrassing both me and Sei-chan. Because she is so kind, beautiful, cute, and cool. WL, that's honestly nice of you to say, but... Fufu, Rink, you should practice on what you'll call her in the future. Shiho, come on. Nisan. Fufu, I'm getting a little embarrassed myself. Rink's cheeks flushed red when she said that out loud. Sei-chan's flushed even redder. I didn't expect to be thwarted by Rink all of a sudden, and the way Rink says that was cute, I like her like that too. Ah, Hisamura-kun, your girlfriend is being humiliated right in front of you. Are you not gonna do anything? It seems like she was trying to start something between us. She won't be letting me off the hook so easily. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do in this situation. There's no way for me to actually help her. If I did do so, she would be extremely embarrassed to no end. Please give me a break. Ah, what's wrong? Hisamura-kun, it seems that Rink-san wants a sister too. Can't you at least tell how long it would take for her to get one? Fufu, I want to hear it too, Hisamura-kun. So how long would it be, Oni-chan? Don't get me started. After that, Sei-chan and I continued to be teased until we arrived at Tajin-san's house. Chapter 62, A Small Mansion. Fortunately, we arrived at Tajin-san's house within 10 minutes. just some time after Fuji's and Sei-chan got into the car. Although it seems that Tajin-san and Fuji's didn't seem to have teased us enough yet. At least Fuji's lost interest in teasing us the moment we arrived at her place. Amazing. Fuji's couldn't help but sigh in admiration looking at the house from the limousine. In addition to Fuji's, Rink and Sei-chan also had their eyes rolling at the sight. Outside the window was a mansion the size I had never ever seen before in my entire life. No, I might have seen a mansion this big in a manga or something, but it's definitely not something that would exist in real life. Well, I guess I am in a manga world after all, so seeing something like this makes sense. I had read the original story beforehand, so I knew Tajin's house was plenty big. But when I actually saw the real thing with my own eyes, it was so amazing that I couldn't help but laugh. Give me a minute, I'm opening the gate. G-gate. The limousine stopped as we were waiting for the gates to open up. So that means that the mansion has enough garden space to fit an entire limousine inside. That's really amazing. The gate that was larger than our school gate opened up as the limousine slowly entered the mansion's grounds. As we approached the mansion, the limo finally stopped, and so we got out. The mansion was so big that you can't help but look up at it from this angle. And the entrance door is so grand that it could just as easily be called a doorway to heaven. Tajin-san really is an Ajusama after all. Fuji's muttered to herself in a daze. Oh, on the contrary, what did you think I was then? No, I knew you were an Ajusama. Just not one of this scale. This house isn't too big for me though, but I guess it's probably huge for a normal person. You have a house bigger than this. I have villas overseas that are several times the size of this thing. I can't even imagine such a thing. A few times larger than this. The normal like Fuji's can't hope to imagine such a thing in reality. Have you finished admiring the exterior? Let's go in already. Tajin-san said. We followed behind her as she walked towards the door. That's when I walked next to Sei-chan, and somehow our eyes met in the process. Sei-chan's face immediately turned red and looked away from me. She had been teased repeatedly about marrying me, so it's no surprise that she's acting like this all of a sudden. I was so embarrassed that I wanted to avert my gaze too. But Sei-chan's embarrassed face is just too cute. I went straight into the place and found a very luxurious and spacious house. I saw a doorway that was way too wide, a ceiling that was also way too high, and even chandeliers hanging from them. Tajin-san seemed to be the only one that was unfazed by all of this and just went straight in through the entrance. What shall we do now? We can immediately go and practice cooking. Or I can show you around for a while. Why yeah, sure, can you show us around? The purpose of today was for Fuji's to practice her cooking skills. Fuji's can't cook at all. It's so bad that you'd vomit right after trying it out. I still remember when Sei-chan asked me to help her out, and I thought to myself, what kind of punishment is this? It's because what I taste test will most likely be extremely poisonous. There's a good chance I'll immediately pass out after trying it. So when Sei-chan told me about the punishment game they had set up, I immediately proposed to her that she should make Tajin-san help Fuji's to cook. Just helping Fuji's with her cooking is punishment enough, but for Tajin-san, to help her own love rival in such a thing, with something that could be a huge advantage. And so, I suggested the idea to Sei-chan, and she immediately went through with it. Tajin-san said it would be humiliating, but she would do it nonetheless. So, we are going to teach Fuji's how to cook today. Tajin-san showed us around the extremely large mansion. All the while, we glanced around looking at everything nearby. It's because there were butlers and maids that bowed to us as soon as we walked by them. Tajin-san seems to have gotten used to it, but I guess we couldn't help but get carried away at this sight. I was walking down the hallway when a man casually walked by. Wait, isn't that man? Father! Tajin-san, who was walking in front of the pack, started screaming. That's Tajin-san's father. Fuji's muttered to herself. That's the thought that came to everyone's mind at the same time as well. The president of a company so large that its assets exceed $1 trillion. Mitsuki Tajin. He looked so young that it's hard to believe that he's actually over 40. His black slick hair was short enough to show off his ears cunningly. He had a well-defined face and a pair of eyes that glowed as bright as Tajin-san. No, it should be the other way round. Tajin-san's eyes looked like his. We, including Tajin-san, became more and more nervous as he approached us in a suit with a blank expression. Morning, Kaori, how have you been? More morning, father. Yeah, I'm fine. Tajin-san, who looked nervous at seeing her father, smiled stiffly. We, who stood behind her, straightened our backs like we've never done so before. He raised his eyebrow for a moment and quickly turned his head to us. Are these people your friends? Why, yes, these are my friends, and I have invited them here today. I see, nice to meet you. I am Mitsuki Tajin, father of Kaori. Nice to meet you, I'm Shiho Fujis. Fujis took the lead, and the rest of us followed suit with our greetings as well. Rink and Sei-chan both greeted him respectively, with me following so last. Tsukasa Hisamura. You are Hisamura-kun. Eh? He knows my name? Why, thank you for everything you've done. And no, what did I do? The other day, I was told by Kaori that you were the one that told her to call me. You're talking about that. I didn't expect that Tajin-san would tell him about me. Tajin-san told me that she owed me a lot, but honestly, I don't think I did much at all. I just wanted to thank you for everything, so thank you. No, I didn't do anything that big. It's a big deal from our point of view. In the meantime, have this, a token of my gratitude. I received a piece of paper that he pulled out from his pocket. What on earth is this? A check. I'd say you can have any amount you want, but I'm sorry, the limit is 10 billion yen. I had no idea what he was talking about all of a sudden. 10 billion as in 10 billion yen? No. I can't accept this. No way can I accept such a large amount. Really? There's a small villa in Karuizawa that's just about the size of this house. Would you want to have that then? No, thank you. As small as this house. This is too big of a house. I see. I can't seem to think of something that you'd like, but I would like to send a gift to you at some point in the future. Just the thought of it is enough. No, that is definitely not enough. You melted the ice between our family after all. He then proceeded to look and smile at Tajin-san gently. Tajin-san looked away with slightly red ears. Father, why did you come here today? I heard that they were a part of the few people you invited that weren't Yuichi, so I came by to take a look. Please don't embarrass me in front of all of them. I'm sorry. I was just so curious that I decided to push work aside for a while. Is that all right? So that's why I could hear a vibrating sound from his inner pocket. It's probably a work-related call. Is it really fine to ignore that? I'd better get going, Kaori. For dinner next week, will you be cooking for me? Why, yes, I'm still practicing, but I'll put my skills to good use. Just the fact that Kaori is cooking for me makes it worth more than any fine meal I've ever had. Kuti, thank you. We were looking at a very unusual sight. A sight where Kaori Tajin was shrinking back and making muffled noises. Tajin-san, who had the look of an Aju-sama, has now cracked into the picture of a really lovely girl. Also, Kaori, are you not going to change the way that you call me? That's. I see. He lowered his eyelids a little, which made him look a little sad and depressed. When Tajin-san saw this, her face instantly went red, with a look that she made up her mind. Good luck with your work, Dad. Thank you, Kaori. In return to Tajin-san's words, he gave a really gentle smile. You guys go ahead and take your time. Yes, thank you. He said and left. A few seconds passed after he left. You seem to get along quite well with your father, Tajin. The first person to utter those words was surprisingly Sei-chan. Actually, it wasn't that was surprising, since she was teased so much in the limousine. Shishimda-san. No, I didn't mean anything bad by it. It's nice to see you guys get along. I hope that the both of you proceed to get along just as well in the near future. Sei-chan seems to be trying extremely hard to keep the grin from showing on her face. I can't stop the corners of my mouth from curving up slightly too. That's right, it's good that you and your dad get along so well. Right, that's so wonderful. I'm so happy that I was able to help Tajin-san get along with her dad. You did well, Hisamura. It seems that it was thanks to you that Tajin and her dad got along. After that, Sei-chan and I continued to tease Tajin-san until we reached the kitchen. Tajin-san had a bright red face by the time we got there. Chapter 63, Cooking Training begins. Alas, we finally arrived at the kitchen. The kitchen was so clean and large that I thought it was the kitchen of a high-end restaurant instead. All the cooking utensils are of the latest kind and are very good. But we also have some utensils from Fuji's house too, so we should probably use those first. Yeah, thanks. I'll give it my all, even though it's my punishment game. Tajin-san seems to be gung-ho about teaching her to cook despite it being her own punishment. She's a rival love interest of Shiho's, but she's still very disciplined and kind. As expected, Tajin-san is as nice as Papa-san. Shimada-san, can we please stop this? I guess Sei-chan was surprisingly rooted about what happened in the limousine, so she kept saying that again and again. Tajin-san seems to be calming down a little now. Her cheeks weren't turning red as she got used to being told that by now, but you could still notice her ears were a little red. I haven't said it enough though, but I understand that you're going to help Shiho cook. You better devote all your concentration towards her. The worst that could happen is just you dying. Is it something dangerous? Rink, who had no idea about Fuji's cooking skills whatsoever, asked about it with a pale face. Moo, Sei-chan, don't scare Rink-chan like that. It's okay, Rink-chan, I'm not that dangerous. Go got it, please take care of me today. Thank you, please take care of me today too. Rink had also come to help Fuji's cook today. I'm sure Rink, who cooks every day, would be able to help her out in this situation. Rink proceeded to borrow an apron and tried to put it on. Rink-san, you don't have to wear that. Tajin-san said as she put on her own apron. I can improve Fuji-san's cooking by myself in just a matter of minutes. I don't think anyone else can do that though. Tajin-san said as she glanced back at Sei-chan. It was probably to get back at Sei-chan for all that constant teasing she had done earlier. Yeah, do your best. But Sei-chan didn't get provoked by that at all, and instead just smiled in return. Tajin-san pouted, probably because she didn't get the result she wanted. Anyway, Rink-san, please watch me first. I'm glad you're here to help, but I'm afraid I might end up finishing this without your help. I guess that's fine then. Rink placed her apron back onto the table and walked over to me and Sei-chan. For now, the three of us will watch Tajin-san teach Fuji's how to cook. Sei-chan earlier had a very mature expression and concentrated smile, but I guess it wasn't as it seemed. If you looked closely, her eyes were looking far ahead and seemed very unfocused. It was as if she had already given up on her success. Is Fuji's cooking so dreadful that she can give such a smile even while provoked directly? Now, Fuji-san, I'm going to teach you thoroughly. I don't know how it went wrong with Shimada-san, but I'm not that naive when it comes to teaching. Why yes please, so where should I start? Fuji's wore an apron and clenched both of her fists in the air to show her motivation. First of all, your apron is worn the wrong way. Yeah, well, no matter how you look at it, you can see that it's inverted. How does one go wrong with the front and back of an apron? The back is just made out of string, so why would you even want it in the front? Haha, sorry, I do this every time. Is that so? As expected, Tajin-san did not realize that Fuji's was that bad, so she could not hide her uneasy expression. I'm really worried about the future at this rate. Section. It's been 30 minutes since Tajin-san started teaching Fuji's how to cook, and the result is, I'm sorry, I just can't do this. It seems Tajin-san raised the white flag first. What's wrong, Tajin-san? Fuji said as she placed her darkened dish on top of a plate. Scary. What happened? Is that a miracle? I did see that Tajin-san was teaching Fuji's with all her heart on how to cook properly. First, she wore an apron the wrong way. Second, she was holding the knife in the wrong way. I've never seen anyone ever hold a knife backhandedly. It was kinda amazing seeing that live. But little by little, Tajin-san fixed those issues and continued to teach her patiently. Fuji's made mistakes that were beyond normal for an average person, but she still somehow makes them little by little. And in the end, what we got as a result was a black, smoking dark matter of a dish. This is the world of manga, but I never thought I would actually see dark matter form in front of my eyes. Why? How is this even happening? What? Fuji's didn't seem to understand why Tajin-san was so depressed or even tired. I thought we were making a normal hamburger steak, so I placed a lid over it to keep it safe. So why would dark matter appear even after we open it up? It's too much, even for someone like me. We used 2 separate pans, one for Tajin-san and another one for Fuji's, but when we opened up the lids, somehow both the sides had become dark matter. It's already in the realm of magic and illusions, but in reality, it's not an illusion at all, and it doesn't even contain any tricks. How could someone create dark matter when they were just making a normal hamburger steak? Shimada-san, Rink-san, can you help me out here? Tajin-san retracted her previous statement and asked for help from the both of them. Well, that was unavoidable. There are some things that are impossible, even for someone like Tajin-san. Knowing this, Sei-chan just gave an enlightened smile in return. I have no idea how to help you, even if you ask me for help. Then Rink replied as she wore an apron. Me too. I think that Shiho shouldn't be cooking any further than this. This is bad. I thought I did pretty well though. Fuji's held the dark matter in her hands and sighed sadly. No, I think it's a pretty serious issue to look at that and think you did pretty well. Can I have a taste for myself? Don't or you'll die. Tajin-san answered immediately with a straight face. Yeah, I wouldn't want to eat that either. I mean, I don't even know how Fuji's can even think about eating it after taking a look at it. But it's such a waste otherwise, Hisamura-kun, want a taste. Haha, I might eat it if I ever feel hopeless about the world and wanna die. Though as long as I'm dating Sei-chan, I don't think that day will ever come. Fuji's thrusted the plate of dark matter at me. I'm curious as to why there was no smell despite the black smoke rising around the room faintly. The fact that it was odorless scares me tremendously. First of all, does anyone know why this dish failed this time around? She made a lot of mistakes, but I don't think she made enough mistakes to somehow make something this bad. Ringshan, was it that bad? I've never seen anything like it in my entire life. Is that a compliment? It wasn't a compliment at all. How could you think that was a compliment? Maybe it was the little mistakes that led to that, stuff being created. I don't think it would be that bad even with those little mistakes. There's nothing you can improve on after that. Let's start over. I'll do my best. Fuji's clenched her fist in the air again, fully motivated to do it properly this time. First, cut the onions and wait, why are you holding the knife with your other hand again? I did it again. Is that so? At last, Tajin-san also gave an enlightened smile, just like Sei-chan did earlier. Rink is about to enter the ring too. I wonder if she'd make a smile like that too. I should give some insight into fixing this mess. Do you have a minute? Why don't you write down the steps of the dish you were about to cook on a piece of paper? You can also write down Fuji's mistakes and how to correct them on another piece of paper. I thought I didn't need to write it down because I had the cooking instructions memorized in my head, but it's definitely better to write it down in a way that Fuji-san can see it clearly. Yeah, it'd be nice to be able to see what you need to do without asking you for help. Come to think of it, even when it was me who was taught to cook, it was just me trying to verbally understand the procedure. I'd say it'd be better this way instead. Nice one, Oni-chan. That's good to know. I was working part-time in a cafe in my previous life, so I learned how to cook briefly. Of course, I wasn't able to cook it like Fuji's. No, I wasn't at Fuji's level of mass destruction, but I still did fail once in a while. So, from my experience, it's quite nice to have a piece of paper with proper instructions and steps written on it. It's a little difficult when it's said verbally, because you have to understand the entire thing all at once. But if you have a paper with the procedure, you can see where you went wrong in understanding it. Tajin-san, for the time being, wrote down all the steps on how to make a hamburger steak on a piece of paper. That's about it. Okay, let's do this again. I won't let you make any mistakes this time around. Please take care of me. Let's do our best, Rink. Yes, Sei-san. And now, with the strongest lineup of chefs in the likes of Sei-chan, Rink, and Tajin-san, they began to work on improving Fuji's cooking together. You look so cute in an apron, Sei-chan. Chapter 64. Cooking Improved. 30 minutes after the strongest possible lineup was assembled together, the hamburger was finally ready yet again. It's a barely finished hamburger. Yeah, it looks barely passable for a hamburger steak. I guess you made some sort of progress. Is that a compliment? Am I getting complimented right now? The hamburger steak that Fuji's made was a little more misshapen and blackened than a normal one, but it was still good enough to be called a hamburger steak by anyone who'd look at it. Compared to her first attempt, I guess this could be called progress. Tajin-san and Rink seem to have been underwhelmed by this result after their perfect assistance, but it seems that only Sei-chan seemed to be very impressed with her current skills. Sei-chan was the only one who tried to teach Fuji's to cook alone, so she knew how hard it was to make any sort of progress regarding that. And I've even experienced it firsthand by bravely eating her cooking and passing out immediately after. I guess I'm kinda impressed that she can actually cook somewhat edible food. Ooh, it's kinda awkward compared to everyone else though. Fuji's is right. It's still way off compared to Sei-chan and the other hamburger steaks. The shape and color are completely different. I haven't eaten it, but I'm pretty sure that the taste will probably be different too. Fuji-san, you've grown a lot since the beginning of this session. At first it felt as if you were doing alchemy instead of cooking, changing food into a new and unknown residue. I guess you could say it somehow deteriorated. It's a mystery as to how you managed to create that substance in the first place. Well done, Shiho. You made a dish worth eating. Ni, is that a compliment? Other than Sei-chan, I don't think anyone else is particularly praising her that well. Sei-chan's praise is also quite cruel though. It's like praising a small child about how she washed her hands by herself. Well, I guess it is like that seeing how her cooking skills were. I still can't believe she managed to make that hamburger steak after creating that dark matter of a dish. Even with the lineup of Sei-chan and Rink, I thought it would still be impossible for her to make a proper dish. This was because Shiho was always portrayed as a character that was devastatingly incapable of cooking, even in the original story. She was the only character capable of creating dark matter, as well as the only character that was sentenced to only observe during the school culinary class. That was also part of why I thought their attempts would absolutely fail. It's edible, right? Right. Hisamura-kun, have a taste. Okay. Fuji's handed me a plate with her hamburger steak. It's just a misshapen hamburger steak, so it can't taste that bad, right? It smells a little burnt, but not inedible. Yeah, this is scary as hell. There's no way I won't feel anything at all by eating food from a person who can somehow make dark matter out of absolutely nothing. I glanced at Sei-chan and the others briefly. Sei-chan was staring at the hamburger steak that I was about to eat with a bated breath. Rink and Tajin-san were also looking at it with a curious look. There was nothing strange about the softness of the food, which I made into bite-sized pieces with the chopsticks provided to me. Let's be prepared to take a bite. Ah, delicious. Really? Fuji's reacted to my unintentional comment with a twinkle in her eye. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. It's a little burnt on some parts, but it's basically normal. Good. I took a second bite to tell her what I think about it. My thoughts: A, it's just a normal hamburger steak. As you can see, it's a little burnt, but it's still totally edible compared to her previous attempt. After the others saw that I didn't get poisoned, they also came in to take a bite from the dish. It's true. I can eat it just fine. Yeah, I can eat it just fine too. Amazing, I didn't faint. You did great, Shiho. It feels like I'm getting more compliments than before, but something feels different about it. Especially you, Sei-chan. Why are you surprised that you didn't pass out after eating it? On the other hand, if you were to faint after eating a dish, what kind of poison did she use to make that happen? It's really some kind of alchemical trick to somehow make Sei-chan pass out after having just one bite without ever using any kind of poison in it. What do you think changed the most in terms of Shiho's skills this time round? When you last tried it out with me, no matter how many times you tried, you couldn't make it look or taste this normal at all. That's a bit harsh, isn't it, Sei-chan? But yes, the easiest thing for me to understand was that the recipe was written on a piece of paper. You mean Hisamura's idea helped you out? Really? Was the idea I gave the most suitable for Fuji's? That, compared to all these good cooks teaching her together? Yes, I was able to do this by following what was written on the paper steadily. I was happy that Sei-chan and Tajin-san taught me how to do it, but I guess it was a little difficult to understand because it was all said and done verbally. I was just verbally explaining what was written on the paper. I used to be like that. Tajin-san and Sei-chan couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Well, I guess it'd be easier or harder depending on the person themselves. But then, in the future, won't you be able to cook most of the dishes by just following the recipes properly? Really? Maybe I can finally cook by myself now. Is it really that simple? If that's the case, then what have I been doing all these years? Sei-chan, who had worked hard to teach Fuji's how to cook, looked a little depressed as she said that. But is it really that simple? Fuji's is devastatingly bad at cooking, but can she really learn to do it just by simply following a recipe? Well, Fuji-san, Why don't you make something different while we watch this time? Is there anything you'd like to make? I want something that will fit in my bento. I want to make a bento for Shijimoto-kun. How can you say that whilst also being taught by me? That's pretty impressive. Fuji's and Tajin-san are complete love rivals. This time, Fuji's is sending salt to Tajin-san, who is completely in love with Yuichi. Well, that's the punishment game though. I guess it can't be helped. Does Fuji's also say things that make her aware of her rivals from time to time? Fuji's has a very gentle appearance, but surprisingly, she's also the type who speaks her mind very clearly. I don't think she could fight a woman of Tajin's caliber without that though. Fufu, don't worry. Even if Tajin-san and I each made our own bento and brought them at the same time, Shijimoto-kun would still finish both of them. Fufu, you're right. I'm sure Yuichi's appetite can handle it, but if you bring him that dark matter from earlier, I'll definitely stop him no matter how hard he tries to eat it. I'll try not to do that. I'm sure you'll do fine. When it comes to bento ingredients, well, how about courage? It's relatively simple to make and easy to pack in your lunch. Yes, please help me out. So the next step was for Fuji's to make fried chicken without the help of anyone else. They looked up the recipe on Fuji's phone, and for clarity, it was printed out on a piece of paper and placed right in front of her for easy viewing. I don't think Fuji's, who used to make dark matter just a few minutes prior, would be able to cook if she followed a recipe to the dot though. Chapter 65. Success from Ended 20 minutes later. Done, what do you think? It's ordinary courage. Yeah, it's fried properly. It's really done. It turned out to be just some ordinary fried chicken. I was called in to test the dish for poison, so of course I ate it first. Yeah, it's good. Why was it? This time, it wasn't misshapen or burnt or like the Hamburg steak, and it was just a simple delicious piece of fried chicken. Really? Fuji's, who is only able to make dark matter in the manga, actually is able to cook by herself now. It didn't make any sense that she could even make dark matter in the first place, so this is normal. Yes, it is. Rather, it's a mystery as to why it even turns out so bad. It really is done. Tajin-san and Rink were also surprised to see that it tasted like normal. But Sei-chan was acting a little strange. What kind of nonsense have I been going through then? Sei-chan muttered in a small voice. It was a murmur that wasn't intended for anyone else to hear, but I heard it since I was right next to her. Sei-chan, who had been doing her best to teach Fuji's, felt that all her effort was all for nothing and became depressed. From Sei-chan's point of view, she, who had helped Fuji's cook several times, didn't know that all she had to do was a very simple method of making her look at the recipe and follow it step by step. The fact that she didn't realize she could have used this method must have been a shock to her health. How was it, Sei-chan? Yeah, it was delicious, Shiho. Sei-chan said with a smile on her face, but looked a bit forced if I'm honest. I could only do it all thanks to you, Sei-chan. It was because Sei-chan taught me that I could finally do it. No, it's all because Shiho worked so hard. I hardly did anything at all. Sei-chan, what's wrong? What? No, I mean, you looked kinda depressed. Even if Sei-chan tried to hide from us, Fuji's would still notice. I'm not depressed at all. Shiho, it's good, now you can make lunch for Shijimoto with no problems. Yeah, thanks. Fuji seems to have noticed as well, and is worried about Sei-chan too. Why don't you make some egg rolls next time? They're often included as a side dish in lunch boxes, and I think they'd be really good. Why, yeah, I guess so. It's really delicious. Why don't you try egg-rolled soup too? It might be a little difficult though. I'm not sure if Rink is aware of her mood, though since she hasn't involved herself much with Sei-chan yet. They've only met a couple of times, and that's when we went to school together. I wish I had a special frying pan for frying eggs, but I wonder if Fuji-san has this pan at home. I think I saw it before. It's a little easier to make with this. Let's practice for now. I'll have to look up the recipe first. Then, they started to cook again. Sei-chan also tried to watch over her again from nearby, but Tajin-san spoke as if she had an idea. Shimada-san, there's probably a bento box in the next room. Can you get it for me real quick? I'm making lunch today, so it would be easier to have it in a lunch box. Yeah, sure. It's the room next to here, right? Yes, it's the preparation room that stores all the utensils inside. It's in a high place, so you might need someone's help. I was about to ask, why don't I just go myself? But the idea was withdrawn after seeing Tajin-san's face. Tajin-san seemed to glance at me with eyes that seemed to be telling me something. Apparently she noticed that something was wrong with Sei-chan too. So I guess she wants me to have a talk with Sei-chan alone. Surprisingly, Tajin-san is pretty perceptive of people. No, maybe it's because it's Sei-chan, the person she lost to for the first time in her life. That's why she could immediately tell that something was wrong. Got it, let's go Sei-chan. Riding on Tajin-san's kindness, I left the kitchen with Sei-chan. I left the kitchen and went to the room next to it. Like the kitchen, it was a very large room, but it didn't feel as spacious due to all the stuff placed here. As it was a preparation room, there was a variety of cooking utensils and large equipment placed in here. It was probably something that belonged to the kitchen, but was moved here because of today. There's a bento box somewhere in here. Or so I was told. Where is it? I feel like it's impossible to find it in this large room. Do I have to look for the bento box in here? Tajin could have at least told me where it was. Yeah, it's going to be tough looking for it here. Maybe Tajin-san doesn't want us to find it after all. Well, that's not what we really came here for anyways. Well, if we can't find it after a short while, we can go and ask Tajin-san about it. Sei-chan. What's up? You seem depressed, are you okay? I really wanted to word that sentence better, but I didn't know how to, so I just asked her straight. Man, if I was the handsome main protagonist of a manga actually, it's impossible for Yuichi to do something like this. Shiho noticed, but I guess Hisam Tsukasa also noticed, Sei-chan said as if she gave up and let out a smile. I mean, now that we're alone, she suddenly called me Tsukasa, which makes me very nervous, so please stop. I heard you mutter to yourself, so it was all pointless. Ooh, so you heard me, that's embarrassing. I don't think it was pointless, Fuji's was very happy about it. Yeah. She doesn't seem to be convinced with that. Sei-chan has a strong sense of responsibility, so she must have been giving it her all to teach Fuji's properly. So she must have gotten depressed because she thought what she did was pointless. But don't you think Fuji's wouldn't be able to do it, even if she followed the recipe normally? Yeah, I guess. I think when I first started teaching Shiho, I was looking at the recipe as I went along. Maybe even then, I was verbally explaining things a bit too fast. Sei-chan had tried using a recipe with Fuji's before, but she didn't seem to pay much attention to it back then. In the beginning, she was holding the knife as if she wanted to stab someone. I had to try my best to fix that quirk of hers. Why yeah. What kind of way was she even holding the knife if it looked like she wanted to stab someone? She was holding the knife backhandedly today. Was there any way it was even worse than that? Did she hold two in her hand and one in her mouth? That would be a completely different manga in that case. Because of that, I didn't think she would be able to do it with just a recipe. What I did was really. Sei-chan self-destructed again. When we were with everyone, she tried to hide her depressive state, but now that it's just the two of us, she isn't hiding her depressive and gloomy mode anymore. In the manga, there would probably be a doyon sound effect on top of Sei-chan's head. It was a rare sight to see Sei-chan so depressed. If your lovely girlfriend is depressed, it's natural to cheer her up. What you did wasn't meaningless. I think Fuji's is grateful for that too. She might thank me because she is kind, but I didn't teach her anything. I couldn't have even told her to just look at a recipe like Tsukasa said. No, I didn't do anything noteworthy. Well, I guess that means I was no more useful than that not-so-important thing. Being depressed is surprisingly annoying. She said that in a sarcastic tone, which is also a rare sight to see. I haven't seen this in the original manga. I guess it's a weakness that I'm in love with her, but I find that part of hers cute too. Sorry, I said something sarcastic. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. She seems to realize her words contained some thorns in it, so she looked down and apologized. As for me, I don't mind at all. Rather, I'm happy to see Sei-chan act like that in front of me. The air was heavier than ever. It was really rare for Sei-chan to be so depressed. Even in the original story, it was hard to see her so depressed at all. If you do see it though, it was heavily related to Fuji's cooking. Fuji's cooking skill never improved no matter how much she tried to do so. Even then, it was the I'm helpless kind of depression. Perhaps Sei-chan wanted to be useful to her best friend Fuji's. However, she was depressed because she wasn't that useful in the original story. But now she's more depressed over the fact that she made her do something useless all this while, right next to me. Sei-chan looked depressed at my earlier comment. I'm getting a little nervous trying to cheer up Sei-chan like this. I put my right hand, which was trembling gently on Sei-chan's head. I don't care about what happened earlier. I think you really did your best, Sei-chan. Sei-chan looked up at me with surprise. I stroked Sei-chan's hair gently to hide my embarrassment as I continued. If you hadn't taught Fuji's the basics of cooking, today's dish would have been even more difficult to prepare, and I think that would have been a bigger problem than just following the recipe. And know that Fuji's could only cook now because Sei-chan taught her the basics. I continued to pat her, telling her what I thought in the process. I've only done this to Rink, but I think she would be happy with this too. With my limited amount of experience, this was the only act of comfort I could think of. But even now, I'm still insanely nervous about actually doing it. I mean, Sei-chan's hair is so soft and silky, it's just amazing. I don't have enough vocabulary to describe how good it is. Although I pat Rink roughly sometimes, there was no way I could do that right now. Sei-chan looked at me with a surprised look on her face, then quickly looked back down again. Only the side of her face and ears were visible, but I could clearly see that her entire face was completely red. Wait, could it be that Sei-chan doesn't like being stroked on the head? Not all girls like being stroked on the head after all. Besides, I heard that a girl's hair is like another strand of life to them, and I'm sure she values her hair much more than me. I touched her hair without her permission. I'm sorry, Sei-chan. I pulled my hand away from Sei-chan as the blood rushed to my face. I'm sorry for touching you out of the blue, but I really meant what I said earlier. I'm sorry. I was a little surprised and didn't hear what you said back then. I'm saying that it was not a waste of time, because I think the success of this project was due to the fact that Sei-chan taught Fuji's the basics of cooking. Oh, thank you. Why, you're welcome. Oh no, the air got awkward now. I made the mistake of patting her after all, and Sei-chan was so surprised by it that she didn't seem to hear a word I said at all, but Sei-chan's mood is getting better and better. Wait, it's getting better. She's no longer depressed, so I guess it's all good. If I didn't truly think about what I said, I don't think I would have been able to pull it off. Well, I guess we'll have to look for that bento box now. Why, yeah, I guess so. Sei-chan and I then began to search for our lunch boxes, although the atmosphere was a bit awkward in the process. Chapter 66. That time, after a few minutes of searching the room, we found the bento box. However, as soon as we found it, we also saw several of those big ones that are brought to field days. She probably doesn't need such a big bento box, and I'm not sure if Yuichi could eat such a big box of food by himself. In the meantime, let's take a couple of small lunch boxes over there. Why, yeah. Since quite a while ago, Sei-chan's reactions have been a bit slow as she seems to be worried about something. I wonder what's bothering her and if I should ask her about it. If she told me that she was bothered about me patting her head earlier, I might just die. I'm curious, but I'd rather not ask about it. I want to know everything about Sei-chan, but I also know that there are some things that she doesn't want to talk about either. Just because you're dating doesn't mean you have to share everything with each other. With that, I grabbed a couple of bento boxes. Enni, Tsukasa. Well, I'm about to say something embarrassing, but would you promise not to laugh? Sei-chan said as her face reddened. It depends on the content, I guess. As long as it's not something to laugh at. That depends on how you look at it. I don't know, though the atmosphere is not as heavy as before. Well, yeah. Give me another head pat. We were alone in this large room, and Sei-chan was just within touching distance if I reached out to her a little. After she said it, she looked up at me anxiously because I didn't say anything in return. I don't think she noticed because she looked up at me, but the effect was too strong and my heart was beating extremely fast. I felt like I was about to get a nosebleed for the first time in a long time, but I managed to hold it in. Is it no good? Oh, of course it's fine. To reassure the anxious Sei-chan, I placed my hand on her head and started to pat her again. When I saw her anxious face clear up and the corner of her mouth slowly rise, my nose bled dangerous. My nose started to bleed, but I managed to hold it all together. I slowly and gently patted Sei-chan while I held it all back. Sei-chan made a noise that I couldn't tell if it tickled or felt good, and rubbed up against me. We're so close, just a moment ago we were at arm's length, but now, we would be able to touch each other by just moving forward a bit. It made patting her easier, but it also made me even more nervous. Maybe Sei-chan didn't realize how close it was, because she was concentrating on the sensation of having her head patted with her eyes closed. Damn, I can't believe I'm patting Sei-chan's beautiful and soft hair at this distance. What a torture, I want this to go on for the rest of my life. Sei-chan, do you like being patted on the head? I felt like I'd get into all sorts of trouble if I kept quietly petting her, so I managed to say some words to her. Sei-chan responded with a smile on her face, with her eyes closed. Ah yeah, I think I like it a lot. It's comfortable. I am glad to hear that. I think it's surprising that you like to be patted. That's why I told you not to laugh. I'm not laughing. But you'll have to forgive me if I grin a little because you're just so cute. WL, if that's the reason, you don't have to tell me. While we were having this conversation, my hand kept patting Sei-chan's head. I don't know how much longer I can do this. No, I can actually keep going forever. Sei-chan, we might have to go back with the bento boxes soon. They might have finished cooking already. Maybe so. Yeah. But just a little longer. Copy that. When I was about to take my hand away for a moment, Sei-chan replied with just a little more, and rubbed her head against my hand. I thought she kind of looked like a spoiled cat, even though I never had a cat in my whole life. I didn't expect Sei-chan to act so sweet, and she's been so close to me since quite a while ago. We've never been so close to each other before. The first time I came into this world, when I confessed to her with the tension that it was all a dream. I started banging my head against the wall. I was too embarrassed after doing that, though it was a bit beyond my memory. But now that she has become my girlfriend, she's been spoiling me very often. She's just too cute, too difficult, too precious. Isn't hard on you, patting my head for so long. No, it's okay. I can keep going for another half a day. Foo, that's too long, but it's a good idea. Sei-chan, why did you suddenly have such a cute way of spoiling me? Ooh, don't say it out loud. Sei-chan also felt embarrassed and looked at the ground. It's because Tsukasa said it was fine to be a little spoiled. Why you forgot? You told me that when I asked you to accompany me to practice for the tournament. Come to think of it, I think I did say something like that after I dropped Sei-chan off at her house with my bicycle. I didn't expect to remember that event till now. Was that just lip service? No, of course not. I'm happy to be spoiled by you, Sei-chan, and I'm happy for you too. Thank you, I am happy too. Sei-chan thanked me and gave me an upwards glance. Then Sei-chan's face turned bright red all at once, as if she hadn't realized how close she was to me this entire time. The usual Sei-chan would have just stepped back and said, I am sorry, and tried to calm down. But for some reason, she won't leave. I'll keep looking at you, Sei-chan, all the way. Her eyes are large and slightly downcast, and she has a beauty that seems to suck your eyes straight in. Sei-chan is taller than most women, but I'm still a good 10 centimeters taller than her. The distance between us was almost like our bodies were attached to each other, and the distance between our faces was just a few dozen centimeters. I put my right hand on the back of her head, and before I knew it, she had her right hand on my chest. I wonder if the sound of my heart is being transmitted to Sei-chan's right hand. It must be making a very loud noise. I wonder if Sei-chan is also nervous. I can see that her face is very red and her beautiful eyes are a little moist. But still, at this distance, neither of us looked away. I won't say a word. Is this the moment? I don't know, it's my first time. My reasoning is telling me to stop, but my instincts are screaming at me to do it. I brought my face a little closer to hers. Through the hand that was resting on the back of Sei's head and neck, I felt her body twitch a little. I guess she knew what I was going to do and what I wanted to do. I was going to leave as soon as she showed even the slightest sign of displeasure. In fact, I was even going to leave after her current reaction. However, Sei-chan closed her eyes. I brought my face closer to hers, as if Sei-chan was going to grow a little taller. My heart skipped a beat. I closed my eyes and prepared my right hand around her neck and pulled her in a little closer. HNNG. Maybe I was too strong, but I heard Sei-chan's sexy, leaking voice and Chapter 67, in the room next door. It collapsed again. Shiho Fuji's looked at the dashamake egg on her plate and muttered in disappointment. This was her second attempt to make a dashimaki egg, and while it was the best she could do, it was clearly not as good as the previous 2 dishes. If you were making dark matter yesterday, or even just an hour ago, you're doing pretty well, you know. Yes, you are. It's a little misshapen, but I don't think that the taste will change that much. But isn't the texture of a rolled egg also important? I guess. I know, right? I really want to make something fluffy and soft. Okay, can I try one more time? Yeah, sure, I got plenty of ingredients. I just looked in the big refrigerator, and it was full of stuff. With that, the 3 of them ate what they made and began to cook again. By the way, Hisamura-kun and Sei-chan haven't come back yet. Yeah, it's taking longer than I thought. It has been more than 10 minutes since they've left the kitchen. I'm sure Hisamura-kun is comforting Sei-chan, but will she be okay? Hey, Sei-san, what happened? Rink was surprised at Shiho's words and asked. Rink thought that the 2 of them were just going to the other room to get some bento boxes. Sei-chan was depressed, so Tajin-san took care of her and left her alone with Hisamura-kun. Right, Tajin-san. If she stays depressed, it's going to make me sick. I didn't notice at all. Sei-chan did her best to hide it too. I don't think anyone other than me, Tajin-san and her boyfriend Hisamura-kun would have noticed. You make it sound like I'm close to Shimada-san. Tajin seemed a little uncomfortable with her words. We're good friends, right? Even today, because Sei-chan asked you to, you even lent me this kitchen. It's not a favor, it's a punishment. If it wasn't a punishment, I wouldn't be helping you cook, my love rival. Love rival? Rink's eyes widened as another piece of information came up that she didn't know about, and she muttered the words quietly. You guys are love rivals. Oh, did I not mention that? Oh, I never told you that. Huh, that's embarrassing. Oh, I didn't know that. Can I ask who you 2 like? It's a guy named Yuichi Shijimoto. He's in the same grade as us at school. Ah, Shijimoto-san. You know him. My brother brought him home a while ago, and that's how we met. I see. Rink, please don't fall in love with Yuichi. You and I have built a good relationship this way, and I don't want to ruin it. Okay. Rink took it to heart with some trepidation, as Tajin gave her a very nice smile and a warning. That's why I'm not that close with Shimada-san. Fuji-san is a love rival, while Shimada-san is more of a normal rival. Rivalry, is that in terms of sports? Yes, I suppose so. I've been almost unbeatable in my studies and in sports, but this was the first time I've ever been beaten that badly. It's also amazing that you have never lost a single time before. Rink met Tajin for the first time today, so she had no idea how superhuman Kaori Tajin's abilities were. She has never fallen out of first place in any grade in her studies, and she's better at sports than most people in the club. However, for the first time in her life, she has lost in a head-to-head fight against a person named Sei Shimada. She didn't have any players from the basketball team, but she still played against Tajin on equal footing. Rather, Tajin, who had 3 basketball players on her team, had the advantage, but she was still completely outplayed by Sei. When you're beaten up that badly, you have no choice but to admit defeat. I'll definitely pay her back for that, sooner or later, Tajin said with a fearless smile on her face. Fufu, I'm glad to see that Tajin-san has become friends with Sei-chan. No, we don't get along that well. Oh, forget it. By the way, Hisamura-kun and Shimada-san are really late. I wonder if they're kissing or something. K-kiss. Rink's cheeks reddened as she reacted to Tajin's casual remark. No matter how much they want to, they probably haven't done it. I mean, they've only been dating for 2 weeks. Oh, you're so pure-hearted, Rink. If it were me, I'd kiss Yuichi passionately on the exact day we started dating. Exact day. The words made Rink blush even more, but Shiho didn't look any different and just smiled. Fufu, I'll be the one that goes out with Shijimoto-kun, so you can have that fantasy with someone else, Tajin-san. Oh, that's very nice of you. Although, you're the only one who's allowed to say such delusional things in your dreams. If I was dreaming, I'd be doing something even more amazing, so don't worry. Hey, I can't tell if you guys are fighting or getting along. We're getting along. We're having a fight. Which one is it? If it had been just Shiho and Tajin, there was a good chance they would have been arguing the whole time. But the presence of Rink ended the argument right there. Chapter 68, Where to? But I don't think Sei-chan and Hisamura-kun have kissed yet. Sei-chan is a good and pure-hearted girl, and Hisamura-kun seems like the type to accommodate her properly. Why, yes, of course. It's a little early to be kissing just after 2 weeks of dating, isn't it? But if I were to go out with Shijimoto-kun, I'd want to kiss him on the first day itself. Ah, really? Rink never thought that Shiho, who looked so innocent and serious, would say such a thing so casually. Well, I guess it depends on the person, and maybe those two have already kissed. Maybe they're doing it right now. All right. Rink imagined it, and her face turned even redder. Ah, sorry, Rink, I said something strange, didn't I? And no, it's fine. But they haven't done it yet. If they did, I would definitely be able to tell from Sei-chan's expressions itself. What an amazing ability to have, but Shimada-san probably doesn't like it that much. She's not very good at hiding things like that. Shiho gave a small grin while Rink chuckled. In the meantime, I think Hisamura-kun has already finished consoling her. Let's go pick them up. Well, are you going? Fufu, if you haven't finished consoling your girlfriend on time, it's your fault, Hisamura-kun. If you already consoled her and furthered it along, I will watch it with Gutso. Let's go ahead and watch. It's okay, Rink-chan, I'm sure that they just kissed. Yeah. We're really going. While Rink was puzzled, Shiho and Tajin put down their cooking utensils and started to leave the kitchen. Worst of all, if things between them have really gone ahead, so be it. This is my house, so it's their fault. I don't think that's true. Rink, if you don't want to see that kind of scene with your brother, you don't have to come. I'm coming. Fufu, so Rink-san also likes these kinds of things too. And no, I don't. With that, the three of them opened the door to the kitchen, walked out into the hallway, and headed for the door of the next room. A few steps away was the door, and Tajin opened it with no hesitation at all. Behind her, Shiho peeked inside curiously, and Rink peeked in a little hesitantly. What are you two doing here? Tajin said, looking at Sei and Hisamura in the preparation room. They both turned their backs to each other a few meters away, their faces bright red. Hisamura turned to Tajin and the others, who had entered the room. Looking upset, he said, we were just looking for the bento boxes, like you said. Well, it looks like you're done looking for the bento boxes. There were several bento boxes on the table by the door. Hisamura and Sei must have found it in this room and placed it there beforehand. Why, yeah, how many do you want us to bring? 2 should suffice. It's nice that you guys were looking for it. But I don't really need a big one. Of course. So would it be out of line to ask what you two were doing after finding the bento box? Tajin asked teasingly with a grin. It's a little hard to find a bento box in this big room with all the big cooking utensils, but it shouldn't be that hard to find. It's not a task that will take more than 10 minutes, that's for sure. But it had been more than enough time since Hisamura and Sei had been alone in this room. Hisamura blushed a little and glanced at Sei-chan. Sei-chan also glanced at Hisamura at the same time, and they both looked away from each other with great intensity. We were just talking, right, Sei-chan? All right, we were just talking. Oh, I see. Fufu, I see. Tajin, Fuji's, and Rink all had one thing on their minds. Something was wrong. I'm sure they were flirting in this room, but something must have happened that caused a development in their relationship. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't be behaving so suspiciously. The question is, how far have they gone? Tajin and Fuji's looked at each other for a moment, then took a quick look at the two of them. Sei-chan's clothes didn't look particularly disheveled. If Sei-chan's clothes had been disheveled, they would have judged that he had gone much further, but that doesn't seem to be the case. On a closer look, Fuji's, her best friend, noticed. Her hair looks a little messier, which means she was getting head patted. Oh, really? But I wonder if that's enough to make them so flustered. What do you think, Tajin? I thought they would at least kiss, but there doesn't seem to be any lipstick on Hisamura-kun's lips. No, Sei-chan only wears lip balm, so she may. I see, I'm jealous. She has such plump lips with only lip balm. He's lucky to be able to kiss her, or maybe he already has. The two of them talked almost telepathically, enhancing a convo with only eye contact. Rink was the only one whose cheeks were blushing as she imagined how far Hisamura and Sei had gone in her head. Okay, so this lunchbox is fine, right? Why, yeah, if it's all right, let's head back to the kitchen. Hisamura and Sei wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, and so they took the 2 lunch boxes and tried to leave the room as quickly as possible. It seemed that something had happened after all. Fufu, I think I'll call Sei-chan tonight and ask her about what happened today. Good hobby, honey. I'll go check the security cameras later. Don't you have an even more amazing hobby than me? Send it to me later, Tajin-san. All right. They were romantic rivals, but they were also surprisingly very compatible with each other. So much so that they could converse with each other just by looking at each other. After that, Fuji's culinary training continued, but they all knew that the atmosphere between Hisamura and Sei had become really awkward. Chapter 69, Did I or Didn't I? Fuji's culinary training has come to a close. The 2 bento boxes were filled with various side dishes and rice, which Fuji's had prepared herself, making it a magnificent bento. It's done. It's far from what I expected, but it was far better from your first dish as well. If anything, it's a mystery as to how it even turned into dark matter in the first place. Thank you so much, Tajin-san and Rink-chan. If it's all right, can I give these to you? Tajin-san's eyes rolled when she heard that. For us, why don't you give it to Yuichi tomorrow? There were 2 lunch boxes available. Knowing Yuichi, he'd easily be able to eat both of them. But it seems that Fuji's was planning to give these bento boxes, which contain her hard work, to them instead. I'll do my best to make a bento box for Shijimoto-kun myself. I want to give these bentos to the people who helped me so much. Well, if that's the case, I'll take it. Thank you, Shiho-senpai. Rink accepted it head-on. But Tajin accepted it while looking away, perhaps trying to hide her embarrassment somewhat. I don't have one for Sei-chan now, but I'll be sure to make one since I learned a lot from Sei-chan too. Ah, sure, I'm looking forward to it. Sei-chan said with a gentle smile, as if looking at her own child make her bento box. The smile on her face was so cute, I couldn't help but be drawn to them, and then our eyes met. Sei-chan's cheeks immediately turned red and looked away. I'm also a little embarrassed about what happened earlier, but I'm also pretty sad that I'm so blatantly distracted by that. Well, I can't help it. With that, Fuji's culinary training came to an end. That night, I was at home eating with Rink. As usual, Rink made the food and it was very tasty. It's delicious today too. Ah, thank God. I've been saying it for a while now, so I wish she would get used to it, but she still looked away in embarrassment. Rink was busy eating the bento box Fuji's made for her instead. How's the food Fuji's cooked? Yeah, it's delicious. I've taken a couple of bites before, so I kinda knew what it tasted like anyways. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for today, Rink. I asked you for help out of the blue, and you went out of your way to help me out. No, I had fun too. Both Kiori-senpai and Shiho-senpai were kind people. I'm glad you guys are getting along. In the original, Tajin-san and Rink didn't get along that well, so I was a little worried about letting them meet. I didn't realize how differently the story had developed when Rink wasn't in love with Yuichi. I hope they'll continue to be friends, though I have to make sure that Rink doesn't fall for Yuichi. As I was mulling it over in my head, I finished eating Rink's delicious meal in silence as usual. Thank you for the meal, it was delicious. Keep the dishes in the water. No, I'll wash it alongside the bento box and return it to Tajin-san. Then, let's wash it together. Neither of us wanted to concede the right to wash the dishes, so we decided to do it together. Lately, it's always been a question of which one of us is going to wash it, and whether we'll wash it together or I'll wash it alone. I would never leave her alone. I can't have her cook for me and do all the preparations while I just sat there doing nothing. Today, I'm doing it with her as she asked. But since there's nothing to talk about, I'll just wash the dishes in silence. I wash the dishes with a sponge and hand them to Rink to wipe them down. As I continue to wash the dishes, Rink started to speak. Hey, Oni-chan. What is it? Did you do it with Sei-san? What? Kiss. I was looking at the dishes I was washing, but her words stopped my hand, and I turned to look at Rink next to me. Rink also stopped wiping the dishes and looked up to me with a slightly embarrassed face. So you kissed Sei-san. It's with that question all of a sudden. Well, Oni-chan and Sei-san were in the next room alone for quite a while. Shiho-senpai and Tajin-senpai were talking about it too, so I got curious. I don't know what they were saying. No, if it was Fuji's and Tajin-san, they would be able to spin it into some kind of love story. I hadn't expected to be asked so directly by Rink. I wonder if Rink was interested in such things. Well, can't we just keep this to ourselves? Yeah, you don't have to tell me. I was just curious. Yeah, I guess. I don't want to tell Rink about how far I went with Sei-chan. I'm sure Rink doesn't want to hear too much about it too. No, The fact that she asked the question means that she's at least interested in it. But I probably won't be able to give her the answer she was looking for. We haven't kissed yet, me and Sei-chan. A few hours ago, at that time, when I was stroking Sei-chan's head, that's when I got the vibe. We looked at each other so closely that our bodies touched each other, and we both fell silent. As I gazed into Sei's moist eyes, they slowly closed. I got up the courage to bring my face close to hers and place my lips on hers, almost. It was then I heard something move in the hallway. It must have been the sound of the cooking room's door opening, because Tajin-san and the others arrived soon after that sound. To be frank, that sound was almost inaudible to me, but Sei-chan reacted abnormally, probably because she has such good ears. I could tell since I had my hand on the back of her neck, but I was really surprised. Sei-chan instantly slipped out of my hands, her face turning red and instantly distancing herself from me. I came back to my senses when I saw her reaction, though I was so embarrassed that I couldn't look at Sei-chan's face for a while. I mean, I was really close to Kissing Sei-chan. Damn, I have to admit, I wanted to do it real badly. How could I not want to? I was kissing my beloved Sei-chan. It was just bad timing, I guess, and location. If we had been in the mood to kiss a little sooner, we could have done it, and if the place hadn't been Tajin-san's house, we could have done it without any interruption. What a waste. But it was so sudden that I was surprised, and Sei-chan didn't mind either. I don't know, maybe I was a little hasty since we've been dating for less than a month. Kiss, huh, what if she dislikes it? It's just that at that time, Sei-chan. She was so goddamn cute. Chapter 70, How I Felt Back Then. It was Monday, 2 days after Shiho's cooking training at Tajin's house. I left home and walked down the street to school. It was my usual route to school. The weather was normal, but it was a little hot in my blazer. I stopped when I was about halfway there. I took a deep breath. Phew. It has been almost a month since I started dating Tsukasa Hisamura. Every Monday ever since we started dating, we would meet at the road and go to school together. We've been to school together a few times now, so I've gotten a bit used to it, but I still feel nervous nonetheless. Besides, this is the first time I'm meeting Tsukasa since Saturday. My face burns when I remember the events of that day. I was on the verge of kissing Tsukasa that time. If I hadn't heard a noise in the hallway, I probably would. I would have touched lips with him. When I thought about it even further, my face began to burn more, and I could tell that my face was beginning to turn red. Damn, calm down, I'm going to meet Tsukasa now. I can't be like this before I meet him. I meditate for a bit and take a deep breath. The reason why I'm so bothered by what happened was because I called Shiho yesterday about it. The phone call with Shiho was also sudden, and when I picked up the phone, Shiho's first words were, "You kissed Hisamura-kun." Or so she said. When I heard that, I couldn't help but shout oi. Apparently, when Tsukasa and I went to the preparation room, Shiho was having these kinds of conversations with Tajin and Rink. Moreover, when the three of them came to the preparation room, they seemed to have decided that we must have kissed because we were in a very awkward mood. There was a surveillance camera in the room, so I knew they could have seen it, but I couldn't see it from that angle, so I just asked directly. Wait a minute, there was a security camera in that room. It's Tajin-san's house. It's amazing how those words instantly managed to convince me. It was good that I didn't kiss him there. That's what I was thinking about right then. Good morning, Sei-chan. I suddenly heard a voice speak to me from behind, and my body reacted with a jolt. I looked next to me and saw the person I was picturing in my mind earlier, Tsukasa Hisamura. You good? No, I'm fine. Good morning, Tsukasa. Something embarrassing leaked out of my mouth. I immediately started to speak quickly to cover it up. You're here early today, and what happened to Rink? You don't seem to have your bike today. Rink forgot she was on duty today, so she couldn't wait for me and took the bike and went ahead of me. Is that so? It seems that Rink is surprisingly klutzy, huh? It's easy to forget things like that after a weekend. Tsukasa's sister, Rink, is not here, so it seems that it's decided that it's gonna be just the two of us going to school today. Today, I really wanted to go to school alongside Rink and not be alone with Tsukasa. It's not that I don't want to be alone with him, of course, but because I remember what had happened, I'm not sure if I can even speak to him properly. For a moment, an uncomfortable silence was present between us. Well, we'd better get going. Otherwise, we'll be late for school too. Yeah. When Tsukasa replied to me in a normal manner, I was a little miffed. It seems like I'm the only one who's, aware of this. I thought so in my mind, but I couldn't dare voice it out. The two of us started walking along the usual, but slightly different, route to school. Even though we were walking for about 5 minutes, we rarely saw any other students on the path. That's why when Rink is not around, we usually always hold hands for these 5 minutes on the way to school. But we haven't held hands today. What's today's PE class? If I remember correctly, the boys are playing basketball, while the girls play tennis. Oh, that's right. If it's basketball, it's probably Yuichi's game anyway. The conversation itself was the same as usual, but I felt a little uncomfortable. I feel like Tsukasa is talking to me more than he usually does. We didn't hold hands, and Tsukasa kept talking more and more. Could it be that Tsukasa is also slightly bothered by what had happened the other day? Or perhaps I should say, it would be strange to not be slightly bothered by it. After the incident the other day, I haven't been active on RINE either. Neither of us had mentioned the attempted kiss the entire time. While talking with Tsukasa, I glanced at his hand, which was very close to mine. This is the first time we're not holding hands when we were alone on the way to school. Whenever we hold hands, Tsukasa always takes the initiative and holds it first. I'm waiting for Tsukasa to do it again today, but we're almost about to reach the point where there'd be more students appearing on the way. I've never done it myself before. While repeating these thoughts in my mind, I held his hand. Hey, Fufu, what's wrong? And no, I was just surprised. Is it weird, T, that I wanted to hold your hand? No, it's not weird, I'm just really happy. If I had 6 more hands, I'd use every single one of them to hold onto you. You're gonna turn into a spider at that rate. Tsukasa was speaking in his normal fashion, but I could tell that he was a little embarrassed. If he was so happy to hold hands with me, I feel like doing it again in the future. Well, I'm not averse to holding hands either. The corners of my mouth turned up as I was fantasizing about him. Sei-chan, about last Saturday. What about it? I didn't expect him to suddenly talk about Saturday, so I was a bit startled. I looked up to him with an embarrassed and reddened face, while Tsukasa wore more of an apologetic face rather than a red face. Well, in the prep room, it came out of nowhere, so I'm sorry. Oh no, it was a bit too abrupt, and I was trying to do that, without considering your feelings. It's true that at that time, the atmosphere suddenly just became like that, and I was very surprised at that. It was so comfortable to have my head patted, and I was leaning towards Tsukasa as if I was letting myself go, and when I opened my eyes and looked up, my face was so close to his. Tsukasa's face, which I had never seen that closely before, was surprisingly attractive, and I began to feel nervous. He looked me straight in the eye, and his face slowly closed in on mine. Don't remind me of it. Immediately, I pictured the scene in my head and my face turned redder. So, I'm sorry. Earlier, I thought that maybe Sei-chan didn't like me after that, so I didn't hold your hand. Is that so? That's why I was really happy when Sei-chan held my hand. When Tsukasa smiled innocently at me, my heart began to race. I knew that Tsukasa was also aware of what had happened, and that he was worried about me in his own way. What made him feel uneasy was probably the fact that Sei-chan was too embarrassed to face him after that and left him. I'm sorry, but I'm a little glad that he's thinking that much by himself. How could I dislike Tsukasa just because of that? I'm going out with Tsukasa because I like that. I was hesitant to say such an embarrassing thing so early in the morning. But since I was the one who made Tsukasa feel uneasy, I took responsibility and put my feelings into words. Sei-chan, thank you, I love you, Sei-chan. Thank you. I accepted his words with a little embarrassment. We walked a little further and came to a place where there were many students, so we had to let go of our hands. Sei-chan, it's about time. Yeah, I know. Just as he was about to let go of my hand, I had something I wanted to say about the statement he made earlier. Tsukasa, when you told me that you weren't thinking about my feelings. Yeah. Tsukasa reacted in a way that vocalized the question, why are we talking about this again? There was one thing I wanted to say as a response. It's very embarrassing. So I looked around to make sure nobody nearby was listening in on us. I went close to Tsukasa's ear and said in a quiet voice. That time, I closed my eyes, so that's how I felt. I immediately moved away and kept some distance away from him. Tsukasa didn't seem to understand what was said for a moment, but the moment he understood what it meant, his face began to turn bright red. Okay, you know what I meant. Look, we're going to be late for school, so let's get a move on. Tsukasa, who was in love with me, had stopped and was about to reach out to hold my hand to hurry me up. But I stopped him because there were other students nearby. I ran in front of Tsukasa and turned around. Come on, let's go, Tsukasa. Fufu, I can't compete with you, Sei-chan. I don't think I'll ever be able to win against you. While muttering these words, Tsukasa stood next to me and began to walk with me. One day I will, and when I do, I'll make sure your eyes are open. Got it. We stopped for a moment because we were both blushing, and then we slowly started to walk down the street to school. End of Volume 2.